Chapter 1347, All the Preparations, unedited chapter. You want to spread the mortal civilization through the void illusion realm? Yanhai asked. Wang Wei was shocked after hearing her words, looking it up and down. Yanhai's lips twitched before she summoned a bamboo and waved it at him. Wang Wei tried to dodge, but to his surprise, the bamboo hit him on his head, and the thing hurt like hell. Do you think I'm stupid? Yanhai asked. Many people thought she was all muscle and no brain, so she had seen these kinds of looks before. Ancestor, I apologize, Wang Wei quickly said. He could not help it. Yanhai seems to have a temperament that makes people underestimate her intelligence. Yanhai snorted coldly. What's that bamboo? Wang Wei asked. He had a feeling that no matter what he did, he would not be able to dodge it. Ancestral discipline stick, Yanhai said with a sneer. I made especially for disobedient descendants like you. As long as you have the blood of the Yan, Li, and Yen clan flowing through your blood, you can't escape its punishment. Wang Wei was shocked by these words but shook his head. This was Yanhai's temperament, so he should not be surprised she made such a thing. Most of the cruel ways the Tao opening sect raised disciples and geniuses are rules she created and left. You don't seem convinced. No, I didn't say anything, Wang Wei swiftly said. It's written in your face that you can find a way to avoid. Unfortunately for you, until you become a primal paragon and gain the title of ancestor, you can never escape. Never? Wang Wei asked, focusing on the absoluteness of her words. Never, Yanhai reiterated. Then isn't this thing dangerous? Don't worry. It can discipline but never kill, Yanhai explained. In the past, some stupid people paid a heavy price to get their hands on it, thinking they could use it to control or eliminate our family. Unfortunately for them, this thing can only be used by the four of us, and it cannot kill any of our bloodlines. I see, Wang Wei said, feeling relief. Although he will have to be careful with his words around the ancestors for now, at least he does not have to worry about a weapon that is the weakness of his bloodline. Let's get back to the topic, Wang Wei said. I know where the seal is, but it won't matter even if you get your hands on it. Wang Wei knew what she meant. According to records, the void illusion realm did not allow mortals to enter. Is there a way? Wang Wei did not read too much about this subject in the library since this was not his main focus. As such, he had to ask. Yanhai frowned and pondered. Wang Wei waited, but after a few minutes with no answer, he realized he may have to search the library. I remember now, Yanhai suddenly said. Long ago, even before the endless tribulation era, the ancestor of the Ma family created the void illusion realm. You may be able to gain some control or authority over it and change the rules to allow mortals to enter. The Ma family? Wang Wei said with a frown. Why have I never heard of them? He reviewed his memories of all the paragon lineages he knew but had never heard of such a family. You probably think their family is some kind of top lineage, but you're wrong, Yanhai said. The Ma clan has already ruined the luck their ancestors provided them, and Heavenly Tao no longer protects them. It's a miracle they still exist today. Wang Wei nodded. Can the Ma clan's bloodline grant me the authority over the void illusion realm? Of course not, Yanhai replied. If that were possible, their clan would have been extinct by now. True, Wang Wei said as he realized what a stupid thing he said. If these people had that power, the top lineages would have captured and raised them like pigs to gain control over the void illusion realm. Wang Wei motioned for his ancestor to keep talking. Their clan should have a luck-condensing artifact. Under normal circumstances, this should not be enough to influence that realm, but we're living in unprecedented times. I'm sure you can make use of it. Indeed, Wang Wei nodded. Where are they? That, I don't know, Yanhai answered. They have been hiding since this era started. Then, how am I supposed to find them? That's your business, Yanhai replied nonchalantly, making Wang Wei groan. Divination was unreliable, and it might not have been possible to rely on directly gathering information. Even if it were, it may not work, not to mention how long that may take. Do you have a token or something that is connected to the void illusion realm? Or maybe a password, Wang Wei asked. These items were enough for a karma master such as himself to find something. The password is Lord of Infinite Illusion, Yen Hai said. In the past, you only need to close your eyes and repeat these words to enter. Wang Wei sighed. He guessed these would have to do. He thought a moment to ponder deeply, refining his plans once again. Ancestor, do you have to use one strike at your peak? He asked. Why are you asking? I need a way to break the seal instantly. I see, Yen Hai nodded before opening her treasury dimensions. I remember I still had one left. Oh, here it is. She summoned a talisman and handed it to him. This talisman contained my highest sword attack. It should work. Ancestor, why do you have such a thing? What is it to you? I am just curious, Wang Wei replied. He only condenses these things as gifts or defensive measures to give to others. Most people are like this. My sword Dao has high attack potency, but it also requires accumulation and build-up. So, I often store my highest potency attack in talismans to use in battle, usually for emergencies, Yen Hai explained before sighing. These things saved my life. Otherwise, I would also be in limbo. I see, Wang Wei nodded. Well, thank you, Ancestor. He bowed politely to show his respect. No problem, and don't forget to show more respect to your elders, Yen Hai said, waving her bamboo stick. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He could already predict how many of the lower dimensions emperors had suffered under that stick, and he did not want to be one of them. I will, Wang Wei nodded stiffly. One more thing. I need your help with something else. Wang Wei explained his plan, making Yen Hai sighed. I just got back in shape, and now you, ****** star. I'm old. Can you give these rusty bones a break? What is this? Being too invested in a role? Wang Wei controlled himself not to roll his eyes. He did not expect his ancestors to have such a quirk. Well, what do you have to say? Wang Wei noticed how weird her eyes were, and he realized if he said something wrong, she might use this as an excuse to hit him again with that stick. Ancestors, you know us younglings have to rely on your help and wisdom, Wang Wei quickly said. Yen Hai looked at him and smiled. This ancestor like descendants with sweet mouths. She then waved his hand to leave. Wang Wei walked out of the room with a gentle smile on his face. He has never been so relaxed ever since that damn lock appeared. He teleported away, but his destination was not the Seal or the Ma clan. He returned home to check on Monk's preparations before visiting the lawless zone. He chatted with Old Man Dai, but they soon had an argument and fought. Of course, now that Wang Wei had more experience in the ways of paragons, the old man was not his match, so he left that place having fulfilled his goal. His next goal was to meet Sun Junyao. It took a month before he could contact the latter and meet at a rendezvous point. They talked for a few hours before Wang Wei left to revisit Emperor Kong. They had one more chat before starting his work. Beyond his sight, Wang Wei saw a mysterious gray fog. He looked at it, not hiding the complex emotions brewing in his mind. He shook his head to concentrate before condensing a Karmalus clone and sending it to the fog. However, the clone did not reach its destination before an unknown power annihilated it. As expected, Wang Wei sighed. Supreme Unity blocked the path to the dark truth. He left a barrier at the entrance, preventing people from entering or leaving. Wang Wei was not surprised by this move. Wu Hong was one of his greatest reliance in the cultivation world. Heavenly Dao sealed her during his outlaw trial, and Supreme Unity made the same move. He teleported away to the Ma clan if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1348 The First Flaw. Wang Wei teleported to a unique area called the Non-Causality Heaven. As the name implies, it is a place where karma and causality are in chaos. It's one of the best hiding areas in the world, along with the lawless zone. Wang Wei looked at this place that appeared only red in his vision. This place is worthy of being called the heaven and hell of karma masters, Wang Wei thought. In his eyes, this place was composed entirely of karma threads, making it the best place to cultivate karma Dao. However, it's also the worst place to try to use karma Dao, if you're not skilled. Wang Wei searched the area with his terrifying soul, trying to find the best place for his following action. He soon discovered a towering mountain the size of a planet and teleported to the top. He frowned because someone was already there but could not find it. Another Karma Master? And that aura, he's a Tao Lord, Wang Wei, immediately raising his guard. However, the other person behaved strangely. He looked at Wang Wei briefly before continuing to do his thing. The man was not on guard, and the surroundings had no array of techniques. On top of everything else, this person's body and movement were full of flaws, as if he was a person who had never trained in combat in his entire life. The person was so vulnerable that it made Wang Wei suspicious, so he raised his alert level again. He observed the person closely before shaking his head. He also felt stupid for being so alarmed. Wang Wei sighed and muttered, "Sometimes, it's a sin to be too smart." The person was not a threat because he was basically no longer alive. This Tao Lord was too smart and tried to absorb this area to raise his cultivation. Wang Wei could guess what the latter was thinking. By using this space to enter the Paragon realm, he can use the non-causality effect to hide himself from the parasites and even the two suns, thus achieving the great feat of becoming a paragon in this era. Unfortunately for him, he overestimated himself. Instead of swallowing the non-causality heaven, he was absorbed and became a unique existence called a karma puppet. This guy is the perfect material to further elevate my karma unbound physique, Wang Wei thought with shining eyes. But he raised his hand to create a red thread targeting the young man. As expected, countless threads came to offset his attempt. He's now a part of the environment, so taking him would mean taking a piece of the non-causality heaven, Wang Wei analyzed. This will take a while. He did not hesitate and started laying out formation around this man. He also used this time to understand this place better. It should help find the Ma clan. The entire process took a month, and he immediately activated the array. The backlash was immediate. Countless threads rushed towards Wang Wei, making his face severe. He could tell he would suffer if even one of these things hit him. Since proving the Tao, he had almost escaped the restraints of karma and could do whatever he wished. However, these threads could bypass his karma unbound physique and force countless negative karma on him. Wang Wei activated all the preventive measures he set up, but they were not as helpful as he wanted them to be. These threads embodied the saying that no one can escape karma. Wang Wei's measures can, at best, delay these threads' approach, not block them. At this rate, these defensive shields won't buy me enough time to stripe this karma puppet from this area, Wang Wei thought. He did not want to give up such an opportunity, so he had to try something else. He summoned his river of karma. During his 9-extremity foundation cultivation, one of his incarnations once created a prototype of a river of karma, which served as the foundation for Wang Wei's karma unbound physique. He planned to use the boost from this manifestation to delay these threads, and his plan worked, but it worked too well. As soon as the river appeared, these threads stopped and rushed toward it as if it were a goddess who accidentally ripped her clothes. What's going on? Wang Wei thought as he moved the river to prevent these threads from touching it. He knew little about these things, so how stupid would he be to let them touch something that is the foundation of his body? He observed closely. The threads were too excited to rush toward the river, which provided Wang Wei plenty of time to seal the puppet finally. However, Wang Wei had a sense of foreboding. Bang! The mountain trembled, and Wang Wei's face turned ugly. He saw an enormous red light rushing toward him, and his eyes could see that that light was composed of red karma threads. Damn it, why is this river so appetizing to these things? Wang Wei thought. However, he did have time to think about this. Such a significant reaction was dangerous with supreme unity above his head. After all, even if the array is functional, it's impossible not to notice the anomaly in such a unique area. Wang Wei knew he could not stay here, but he was also unwilling to let go of such an opportunity. Damn it, since when has life been this difficult? Wang Wei cursed. He was a child of luck, favored by fate. His life had many challenges, but things usually worked out well for him. However, in recent times, nothing he does has proceeded smoothly. He did not hesitate to cast his borrow time to forcefully accelerate the array. In just a few seconds, the seal was completed, and he put the puppet away and teleported out of this space. Unfortunately, These threads blocked the surrounding space. How annoying, Wang Wei cursed before casting a space-tearing technique. However, it was not the regular kind, but a spell that combines space and karma Dao. With this approach, he tore through these karma thread restrictions and forced his way out of this place. Wang Wei teleported away and returned to the lawless zone. He knew countless eyes would now be on that territory, so he did not even stay close. He summoned a crystal ball with the puppet peacefully sleeping inside. He nodded with a smile before creating a subdimension and sealing that crystal inside the lawless zone. Wang Wei was in paranoid mode, so how can he absorb something he found by accident? In this current situation, the baseline mindset he acted on was that Supreme Unity was watching everything and could control everything, including his luck. So, he wouldn't even keep it in his space ring until he could verify that this puppet had nothing wrong with it. Now, I must start over, Wang Wei complained. His destination was the Red Coffin Ground. According to what he knows, long ago, a peak paragon of Karma Dao suffered a serious injury and escaped with its soul. Their body turned into this territory that contained a large quantity of karma-related resources. Such an area is less efficient than the previous non-causality heaven, but it should be enough. However, as soon as Wang Wei arrived, he stopped himself. Why am I making such a stupid decision? Wang Wei thought. If Supreme Unity knew I went to an area related to karma and something unexpected occurred, isn't it easy for him to deduce that I would change to another place? Aren't I just sending myself to the lion's mouth? Non-existent beads of sweat fell from his back, and he teleported away. He decided to rely on himself, so he found an isolated area to build a dimension. He summoned a karma treasure his wife lent him. Yes, lent, not given. I still remember some of the structure of the non-causality heaven. Maybe I can replicate it, Wang Wei thought. He did not hesitate and immediately started. He used the Karma Paragon artifact as a core and built it one step at a time. Wang Wei discovered this practice was slowly increasing his understanding of Karma Dao, so he lost himself in it. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei sensed a feeling of dread and immediately stopped. What happened? He sensed the feeling and started cursing. His understanding of karma through this manner was enough for his cultivation to increase by 1%, but such fluctuation was enough to touch the rules of the heaven lock. In other words, thunder would have struck him if he did not stop in time. However, Wang Wei did not care about this and started laughing. He was genuinely happy because he had made two significant discoveries. First, he understood why these threads were so energetic about his river of karma. The answer was simple. The non-causality heaven was the failed experiment of someone else who also wanted to build their own river of karma. The karma threads of that place contain the other person's obsession, and when they saw Wang Wei, they felt this was an opportunity to fulfill their goal. Obsession is truly a wonderful power, Wang Wei thought. However, he shook his head as he focused on his second discovery. He discovered a flaw in the heaven lock's restrictions. I can cultivate by observing and gathering knowledge, Wang Wei analyzed. However, before the knowledge feeds back to my understanding of the Grand Dao source, I must seal them so as not to trigger that hidden mechanism. This method is not perfect and has two major flaws. The first one is that it requires extreme talent. Only someone like Wang Wei, with enough knowledge and the proper sealing method is needed. Additionally, this method requires unique places that can facilitate learning, such as the non-causality heaven. Wang Wei can use that place, and he has a better place in the form of the origin seal continent. The second biggest shortcoming is it cannot currently increase Wang Wei's cultivation. He must wait until the lock is dealt with and unseal his memories. The good news is if the buildup is enough, the feedback from the memories could increase his cultivation by a few % instantly. Wang Wei exhaled. I finally see some hope in destroying this cage. Nothing is perfect. Now that he has discovered one flaw of this lock, he can find others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1349 Communicating Across Eras. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Although his future was brighter than before, his current situation was still in a state of darkness before the light. He observed all the red threads around him and waved his hand. Under his control, the threads mold into this bright gem. Wang Wei controlled his Proving Dao artifact to turn into a headband and placed the gem at the center. Wang Wei desperately wanted to absorb this gem and further evolve his River of Karma, but he was still in paranoid mode, meaning he could never be too careful. Even the method of using knowledge to cultivate secretly will require his caution. He already planned to seal these memories separately and not keep them in his sea of consciousness. He summoned the Karma River prototype before closing his eyes. Infinite Lord of Illusion, he repeated in his mind until he sensed his spirit rushing out of his body to an unknown location. He found himself approaching this enormous brown door, but unfortunately, something blocked him right as he was about to enter. This must be the seal, Wang Wei thought with a frown. This will make things more challenging. Luckily, he was prepared. He activated the Karma Gem to boost his ability. With a thought, Wang Wei's spirit started to manifest all the karma threads connected to that door. The process was more than challenging due to the interference of the seal and the shear number. Wang Wei spent 5 years manifesting all these threads, and once he finished, he did not dare to count them. The void illusion realm existed before the endless tribulation era, so how many cultivators have used its service? All these people represent a karma thread. If Wang Wei dare count the number, his soul might be severely injured in the process. As impressive as that number is, it also served as a problem: how to forage through all these threads and find the information he wanted. If he had some of the Ma clan's bloodline, he could use it as a guide, but he would not need to use karma if he had their blood. A simple blood tracing spell would have done the job. Even if I use yin-yang calculation to comb through this mess, it would take me a few billion years to find something, if not yuan epics. So, I need another way, for example, starting from the source. Wang Wei mobilized his karma and time Dao for the next operation. He began to classify the threads by age. He divided them by era, with the current era threads above. His eyes then focused on the era before the endless tribulation. Interesting. Why are there so few? Wang Wei thought. Less than 10 million threads were in the eras before the endless tribulation era. Could it be that Heavenly Tao restarted civilization from a fundamental level? Besides a few people worth remembering from the previous eras, it erased everything else, including their karma. It was impossible for less than 10,000 million people to use the void illusion realm before that era unless something Wang Wei did not know had happened. As such, his theory was the best he could think of now. Well, it doesn't matter since that is good news for me. It was easy for him to organize these threads until he found the first one, probably the Ma clan's ancestor or the person who built the void illusion realm. Excellent, Wang Wei muttered and began to manipulate that thread to find the Ma clan's descendants. However, an unexpected accident occurred. As soon as he touched that thread, he sensed a gaze connected to it. Wang Wei followed and saw a beautiful woman in blue clothes. Her eyes were bright beyond words and contained an unparalleled kind of spirituality. What an ethereal beauty, Wang Wei praised. The woman's body was illusionary and real, thus creating this ethereal and otherworldly charm. You must be the Ma clan ancestor. Fellow Taoist, what are you trying to use our clan's karmic line for? Asked the woman. Her voice was soft but also ethereal. What a great understanding of the river of time, Wang Wei commented. He could tell this woman was communicating with him across space-time from the past. For all Wang Wei knows, she might be dead, but that did not stop them from communicating across eras. Fellow Taoist, please answer the question. I'm trying to gain control over the void illusion realm, Wang Wei replied truthfully. The woman squinted, and a terrifying killing intent reached Wang Wei. However, he did not react. On the contrary, a small smile was in the corner of his mouth. He followed the intent of the killer and sensed how she did it. It took him a moment, but he found the trick and copied it. He used his chrono spirit to send his will in her timeline, forming a confrontation across space-time. The woman muttered as she sensed Wang Wei's will arriving on her. What a terrifying talent, she thought. She waved her hand to disperse his will. What a terrifying power, Wang Wei thought. She might be more powerful than my wife. He frowned. Is she a pseudo-transcendent? Pseudo-transcendent is not a real thing but something Wang Wei invented. It's a term to describe peak or primal paragons who have already embarked on their transcendent path. He's not talking about people who just have an idea but those who have already created and executed their method. The woman did not mind Wang Wei's staring act. Her eyes drifted as if she was searching for something. She sighed, and Wang Wei could feel her emotions, and he also suddenly felt sad. She can even influence my emotions from her era? Damn it, how powerful is this woman? He remained calm, but his mind was working overtime. I can't believe the clan has fallen to this step, the woman uttered before focusing on Wang Wei. Fellow Taoist, can I make a deal with you? How about we start with an introduction first? The name is Ma Liqiu, but people call me the true illusion paragon. My name is Di Tian, and my title is Nine Samsara, Wang Wei replied. You spoke of a deal? That's right, Ma Liqiu said while giving him a strange look. However, she did not say anything about his name. I want you to protect the Ma clan and cultivate at least one paragon. In return, I'll grant you the highest control over the void illusion realm. Are you sure those are your terms? You won't ask me to return it to your clan? Fellow Taoist, you can see such power is a burden, even a threat, to them instead of wealth and glory. Then, how do you know I'm not the same? Intuition. Is that so? Wang Wei replied with squinted eyes. This deal is tempting, but I can't agree. Ma Liqiu frowned. If fellow Taoist Wang wants something, we can discuss it. This is not about bargaining the price. The current eternal ascension world is facing a catastrophe. I can barely protect myself, let alone others. Oh, can I hear more about it? She can only roughly check the Ma clan's situation through their Qi luck dragon, but nothing more. Wang Wei did not hesitate and gave her a breath summary of the world's current state. So, there is indeed a path ahead, Ma Liqiu muttered, her eyes shining brighter than before. She exhaled softly to calm down. The deal can continue. You only need to do things to the best of your ability. Wang Wei frowned before pretending to hesitate. I'll add something else, Ma Liqiu said with a hidden sigh. My purpose in creating that realm was to facilitate communication with like-minded individuals and use them to gather soul power secretly. My era is a long time from yours, and I imagine that there should be an abundance still preserved. An abundance? Those words are the understatement of the year, Wang Wei thought. Such soul power reserves are enough to cultivate his soul to the highest level, use it as a means to boost his understanding to reach 100% Grand Dao Source, and probably have enough to allow more than 10,000 paragons to cultivate their soul to the highest level. To say Wang Wei was excited for such resources is an understatement. However, he did not let greed overwhelm his judgment. Instead, he thought about it calmly and rationally. I agree, but under 3 conditions. That's fine, but please don't go too far. Don't worry, I'm not asking for too much, Wang Wei said, and she nodded her head for him to continue. Firstly, I want you to include secretly gathering soul energy from mortals. It doesn't have to be much, but a small amount from them, preferably when they sleep. You can even use dreams as a medium. This is a great way to increase the reserves, Ma Liqiu commented. She understood Wang Wei's need to increase his profit. Moreover, this idea can also provide her with some benefits. This is not a problem. For my second request, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1350, First Large-Scale Confrontation. I want to know whether you can hide the soul pool from these people, Wang Wei said while pointing above his head. That is not an issue, especially after telling me of their existence, Ma Liqiu replied casually. Oh, so confident? However, her response was only a smile. I want to remind you that I'm doing this purely out of interest, and I won't move a muscle without seeing any benefit, Wang Wei said. So direct, huh? Ma Liqiu uttered. I understand, and you don't have to worry. If you say so, Wang Wei nodded. My last condition is a question. I want an honest answer. I'm all ears. Are you alive? Wang Wei asked. His question immediately stumped her. It was apparent since Wang Wei could see the emotions from her facial expression. That's an interesting question, Ma Liquio uttered. To answer you in the most simple way, I am not, but things are more complicated than that. More complicated than entering limbo? Yes, more complicated than that. I see, Wang Wei nodded. I accept the deal. Do you have any requirements for the Paragon? Nothing. I just don't want the clan to become extinct. As long as they preserve our lineages, that will be enough for me. I understand, Wang Wei said. How do we proceed? You only need to find our clan's luck-condensing artifact and enter the void illusion realm. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing this. Anything else? That's it, Ma Liquid nodded. It was a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist. She smiled, fully displaying her otherworldly charm. Wang Wei calmly watched as the figure disappeared. No contract? She must have her own guarantee, Wang Wei muttered, feeling another headache coming. However, I should expect this from a false transcendent. Pseudo-transcendent is not the only other classification that Wang Wei created. There is still false transcendent above them, and these are people who failed in their attempt to enter the path of transcendence but survived either by luck or their ingenuity. These people's existence should contain some qualities of half-step transcendence, making them way more powerful than primal paragons. Wang Wei and Wu Hong theorized that there were not many pseudo and false transcendents in the world. Their numbers are probably even less than actual, half-step transcendent, due to the result of the ultimate taboo. However, these people will be abundant once the transcendent era starts and envelopes the whole chaos universe. So, what should my next move be? Should I help her or treat her as a pawn? Wang Wei thought. He had many suspicions about this woman, and their conversations slowly revealed the truth. Firstly, he asked her to add mortals to the list of people from whom to gather soul power. Such an act might make it seem he was greedy and only wanted more profit, but he was also testing the water. Ma Liquiu was communicating with him from the past, and what Wang Wei asked was basically to change history. Such an act should create enough backlash to kill a primal paragon on Wu Hong's level. Yet, she agreed casually as if this was nothing to her. So, as soon as he agreed, Wang Wei had suspicions about her strength. Then he asked her about her status, and her answer that she was dead but complicated revealed to him information, the primary focus on her status as a false transcendent. Finally, there is her motive. She probably wants to revive, and whoever succors from the Ma clan I chose to become the paragon will be her vessel or the link to her success, Wang Wei analyzed. A great emperor can use their bloodline to revive themselves, let alone someone on Ma Liquius level. She might not even use bloodline, but the clan concept itself to revive herself. I can probably temper with the vessel, but is that necessary? Wang Wei analyzed. I'm positive that her way of transcendence has something to do with the void illusion realm. Her revival might mean I lose the control I've already gained, but is that enough to make enemies with someone with such potential? Wang Wei slowly and meticulously calculated the pros and cons. I could bring the Ma clan into the Dao opening sect, and once she revives, we will have another transcendent seed. However, it would be foolish to believe such a powerhouse can be controlled because of family lineage. There are so many generations between Ma Liquiu and the current Ma clan, let alone by the time she's revived. Wang Wei also has to consider timing. If Ma Liquiu is revived before the Dao opening sect, then she could use her strength to take over instead. So, I must control when to cultivate that Ma clan paragon, Wang Wei analyzed. It would be best to wait until the sect has 1 or 2 transcendents. That way, we can control or lure her into our side with resources and guidance. Moreover, she might also be an excellent teacher for Dong Lifen's path of transcendence. The void illusion realm was similar to the dream world. If Ma Liquiu can succeed, Dong Lifen might derive inspiration from her method, thus cultivating another transcendent for the sect. Okay, it's decided, Wang Wei thought. Now that he knew how to treat this cooperation, he felt more relieved. The plan was perfect. Even if it did not work, he could form an alliance with Ma Liquiu. It's always good to have powerful friends. Wang Wei teleported away. He had found the Ma clan. He entered a secret realm full of people. These people looked normal to the naked eye, but Wang Wei saw more than that. He saw a group of prideful people who were beaten by society. The Ma clan inherited their ancestors' pride in her accomplishments, but they did not have the ability to maintain. Despite having the spirit of epics for countless years, their clan slowly declined to the point where only 3 regular great emperors were in charge. I want to say how the mighty have fallen, but a part of me knows that this may be the fate of the Wang clan one day, Wang Wei thought, sighing deeply. He shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts. He swiftly scanned everyone in the clan. As expected, all their talents are terrible, Wang Wei muttered. It was hard to imagine a clan that gave birth to someone like Ma Liquiu had fallen to this state. Maybe it's not a coincidence. Maybe it's the luck backlash for her failure. Wang Wei was inclined to believe this. Someone of Ma Liquius level does not need to have direct descendants. With her achievements, the bloodline of the Ma clan would naturally improve, so even after so long, there should be some talented individuals. I still have plenty of time. I can slowly excavate the talent from their bloodline. That approach should also make it easier for her to return, Wang Wei thought. He waved his hand, and this secret realm shrunk into a ball before putting it away. Meanwhile, his left hand held a golden pyramid that seemed to look different every time he looked at it. I can't sense anything, Wang Wei thought. This thing looked like a normal artifact to his eyes, and it's the same no matter what he tries. Well, let's take it as another reminder. Never underestimate anyone with some achievements in the transcendent path. Alright, let's get this show on the move. Wang Wei took a step and appeared before the gate he saw in his previous karma divination. Just as he saw, there were a few dozen robust seals, showing that whoever dealt with this place did not do it lightly. The good news is the thing I was worried about did not happen, Wang Wei thought with squinted eyes. He feared that Mithriya or Supreme Unity participated in sealing the Void Illusion realm. His actions would have been futile if that had been the case. Luckily, this should have been Time Eater and the others' work. Now is the bad news, Wang Wei thought as he turned around. I can smell the stench of decay, cowardness, and arrogance even if you hide in the void. You are even more arrogant than the information said. A woman dressed in yin-yang robes appeared, followed by 3 others. Of course, Wang Wei recognized his greatest enemies. You are what was it again? Something cauldron, Wang Wei asked. Forget my rudeness, but my memories are important, and I don't have room for unimportant people. 7 Cauldron chuckled, her demeanor calm and unbothered. Unfortunately, the terrifying killing intent released from her body proved otherwise. I will enjoy your death, 7 Cauldron declared. I will make a cup to drink wine out of your skull. That is a promise, and I always keep my word. What a vulgar woman, Wang Wei commented. Wait, are you even a woman? He was not saying these words for nothing. It was because he sensed some abnormality with her. Shut up. It seems I hit a sore spot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1351. Im Surrounded? 7 Cauldron looked beautiful with luscious black hair, phoenix eyes, and a well-developed body that her Taoist robe could not hide. Anyone who sees her, including Wang Wei, must admit that she is a beautiful woman with unparalleled charm. However, Wang Wei noticed something else about her. She had an Adam's apple. Although she tried to hide it, Wang Wei could detect it. Wang Wei's focus was not on 7 Cauldron's gender, sex, or identity. Even on Earth, he was more progressive and accepted everybody. Additionally, the cultivation world was a mess. The endless lifespan has become a torment for many people, so many cultivators will dabble in these things at one point or another. In some extreme cases, some people will change their sex and even turn into animals or other races and species to bring some color to their dull and endless lives. There is even a famous story about Paragon Lifewater. He once turned into a rock and was found by a young man. The young man discovered that the rock was indestructible and took it with him. The young man used the rock as a weapon for most of his life and wanted nothing more than to refine it into his Proving Tao artifact. This attempt continued until the young man became the Yellow Rock Paragon, who was about to succeed when the life-water paragon finally reverted to its original state. According to legends, they became friends afterward. Wang Wei's primary interest was in the pure yin-yang power he sensed inside her body. That power was probably the cause of her mutation, but he wondered about its origin. Seven Cauldrons' main Tao is alchemy and flame, and she only minor in yin-yang. So, where did she get that power? Is it a curse? Something else? Maybe something from her boss? But what would be the purpose of doing such a thing? Wang Wei admitted he was intrigued by the yin-yang power. He had never seen such a pure power, and he had to admit it was something beyond his current capabilities. The surrounding void trembled. Seven Cauldrons' killing intent increased after seeing Wang Wei stare at her throat. A cold flame appeared in her sea of consciousness, calming her anger and hatred. "Surround her now, and you may suffer less," she announced. "I would rather be an eunuch and have a green hat over my head than surrender to trash like you," Wang Wei sneered. "Don't you understand your situation?" Earth Emperor said. "Yeah, I'm surrounded," Wang Wei replied casually. He was now in a separate space, unable to leave. Additionally, he could also detect an array based on no-life iron, meaning these people wanted to kill him as many times as needed to eliminate him. "You're really calm for someone about to die." "It's just the desperate struggle of a mad dog that wasn't raised properly," Five Feathers sneered. Wang Wei looked at her. "Just a clone? It seems you're smart. You know these bastards were about to suffer, so you only sent a clone." Wang Wei nodded. "It seems you learned a lot from the last lesson." Five Feathers' face turned ugly. "He's just trying to divide us." "Don't fall for such a cheap trip," Seven Cauldrons said. Although she was not happy with Five Feathers' decision, she would not let Wang Wei get his way. Anyway, they had the advantage. "So, who is first?" Wang Wei said. "Who among you is brave enough to be the first to attack?" No one said anything for a few seconds. "Well, I'm here, unharmed, surrounded, and caught off guard. However, I should still have enough fight to kill one of you." Who would it be? To say the atmosphere was tense would be an understatement. These people were not stupid and knew the consequences when a Tao overlord was desperate. They have access to the best information in the world, and they have read stories. More importantly, a few of them suffered terribly when they helped the two sons clean up the world. "You guys are more disappointed each time I meet you. You have such an overwhelming advantage but dare not make the first move." "He's right," Seven Cauldrons said. "Earth Emperor, we have already agreed you would take points and pay you. Now it's time to act. Five Feathers, you're only a clone, so don't hesitate to lose it." "But dash, no buts." Five Feather gritted her teeth. Her situation was terrible because of that nasty curse. She had already lost one life trying to remove it, but while it was effective, she calculated that she would have to die at least 7 times to remove the curse. She did not have that many lives. A clone would not mean much to her under normal circumstances, but in her current state, the backlash from losing it will severely aggravate her situation. Earth Emperor nodded and floated to the front. Since he received the benefit Hell Act, he also wanted the glory and destiny of killing the Chosen One. Now that Time Eater was sealed, it meant he was the strongest, and it was time for him to shine. "Well, I guess it's time for this farce to end," Wang Wei said. He clapped his hands and uttered, "Everybody, please come out." The space around twisted, and a few people appeared. The first to appear was Wang Wei's ancestor, Yen Hai, followed by Monk, and finally, Old Man Dai, whom he blackmailed to leave the lawless zone. They were all of the Paragon-tier powerhouses he could gather. The faces of these parasites twisted, and Wang Wei observed them closely. It seems this was deduced, not that he knows everything and is always watching. Wang Wei feared Supreme Unity's all-seeing presence, so he even predicted that the latter might have known where he was going. However, he did not know whether the latter was smart enough to deduce the truth or just knew because of his power. Based on these people's reactions, he knew the Heaven Deception Array was working, and Supreme Unity was cunning enough to deduce some of his actions. More importantly, he was relieved since he now had a chance at winning, and their battle was now one of wit, wisdom, and cunningness. "I'm never afraid of these kinds of battles," Wang Wei thought. The gap between their cultivation was too vast, but once there was some type of level playing field, Wang Wei feared no one. Why are they here? Five Feather asked the group to communicate through a soul network. This was not part of what we agreed on? Why are you freaking out? Earth Emperor said. There is only one true paragon here, while the others are either severely injured or rely on crooked means. I'll ignore the fact you label the battle taboo realm as crooked mean, Five Feather sneered. Don't you see Yen Hai is with them? If she forcefully sublimates and returns to her peak, we will all die. She won't go that far. Are you willing to risk it? Five Feather asked. I know I'm not. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with the stupid bird woman, Undead Phoenix added. Cauldron, why aren't you saying anything? They focused on her and could sense her emotions, which were like a volcano about to erupt. Fine, let's leave, Seven Cauldron said with gritted teeth. The others sighed in relief, but only briefly. They immediately received a message that made them look at each other. Then, they sighed in resignation. You heard our orders, Seven Cauldron said. We can't let him remove the seal. Doesn't that mean we don't need to? Don't say anything, Seven Cauldron cut her off. We are wise people, so just keep it to yourself. They once again glanced at each other before releasing their aura. Now that they had an agreement, the situation was not as desperate. It seems your master is disappointed with his hunting dogs, Wang Wei said. He detected how these people were about to give in but suddenly changed their minds. Although he did not detect their message, it was simple to deduce the truth. It must be embarrassing for him, given how terrible your recent performance has been, Wang Wei continued with a chuckle. Why are you wasting your time with these wastes? Yen Hai said. Let's get rid of them once and for all. All right, Wang Wei nodded. Ancestor, get rid of the clone as soon as possible so you can help Monk. The barbarian king wanted to argue that he did not need help, but his intuition told him he might suffer from that woman if he dared raise his voice. So, he trusted his intuition and kept quiet. Old Dai, your opponent is that Taoist priest. According to our agreement, you only need to keep her busy. Old Man Dai snorted at him coldly. He was a member of the Go Dao but was forced to participate in such a dangerous event. To say he was not unhappy was an understatement. Monk, I know you are confident, but your job is to survive as long as possible. I know. In that case, I'll leave the Dark Bird Man to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1352, The Golden Era Geniuses, Let's fight in different layers, Wang Wei suggested, and the parasites frowned before agreeing. This palace was small and isolated, meaning the aftermath of others' battles would affect others. So, after dividing their opponent, they also build separate spatial layers as their battlefield. Yen Hai calmly looked at Five Feathers with annoyance. She cannot believe she will have to aggravate her injury for such a person. Why don't you kill yourself and save me the effort? Five Feathers controlled herself not to reveal any negative emotions. Senior. Her tone and facial expression were stiff when she said these words. It was apparent she was not used to addressing people as such. There is no need to fight among us, Five Feather persuaded. She controlled her voice and tone to lower herself. Everyone knows you will kill me, so why not play a little game? We wait a while and afterward I can secretly leave. Your injury won't be affected, and I will no longer be a problem. That's a win-win situation if I ever see one, right? What do you say? Yen Hai calmly looked at her. You disgust me, do you know why? Five Feathers' face turned red, but she dared not say anything. I don't care that much that you usurped the world's power, took all the world's resources, and enacted an era of pain and suffering. I don't care that you sold your soul and dignity to obtain power. The core theme of the world is the strong prey on the work. So, normally, you surrender to someone with more power. Although I disdain such behavior, I can excuse it. Five Feathers was quiet, not knowing what to say. She thought about a sneak attack while the opponent talked, but she knew that was pointless. A feeling of frustration suddenly overwhelmed her. When was the last time she suffered such humiliation? I can even forgive how you people suppress my sect, Yen Hai continued. The Tao opening sect ended in that situation because of our actions. Everyone who participated in that event was too prideful and refused to accept the flawed method, even though we all knew that someone needed to become the sect's guardian. Yen Hai never blamed the parasites or two sons for the sect's current situation. In fact, she always felt it was their fault since they could not control their pride. What disgusts me is how weak you are, Yen Hai continued. Do you know how the geniuses were raised during my generation? Five Feathers' body paused. She knew the answer but still did not speak. After becoming a peak emperor, Heavenly Tao blocked the way forward. No one, no matter how talented, could not become an Empyrean. Everyone thought something was wrong with heaven and earth until Heavenly Tao released the news, an Empyrean heaven will. Yen Hai's eyes were hazy as she was lost in her memories. Trillions of great emperors, all geniuses, fighting for only 3,000 positions. Brother Chiyuan and I fought endlessly, walking through fields of corpses. When his body was broken, I had to carry him on my back as I slaughtered the enemy. When my soul was injured, he guarded me from all four directions, killing people and forming a field of bodies around us. It was truly brutal beyond words could describe. But in the end, we secured a few positions, laying the foundation for the Tao opening sect now. Yen Hai sighed. In her long life, she had experienced much worse battles than these. However, that battle had a profound impact on her memories. It was the first battle in her life that she felt despair. That battle was not just a test of strength but a test of will. There were too many people. The Eternal Ascension world's luck had reached its highest peak in countless eras, resulting in too many great emperors. It did not help that Heavenly Tao blocked the path ahead just for that battle. Do you think this was the end? Yen Hai continued. No, once that battle ended, the process was repeated for the Paragon realm, and that battle was even crueler since there were only 33 spots. A hint of fear flashed in Yen Hai as she remembered that fight. After the 3,000 Empyreans were crowned, Heavenly Tao removed the blockage and allowed the cowards who did not dare to participate to continue cultivating. Of course, these people's luck and destiny were basically non-existent. Heavenly Tao's target was the next generation. Then, the process repeated itself. The path to Paragon was blocked, and the world waited for enough Empyreans to start the Paragon Heaven will battle. Do you know what was truly scary about that battle? The Paragons, Yen Hai continued. Many Paragons whose cultivation could not improve did not hesitate to sever their Tao and permanently drop down to the Empyrean realm to compete. A few peak Paragons did the same because they knew the importance of those 33 spots. Tell me, do you know their importance? Primal Destiny, Five Feathers explained. That's right. Of the 33 who survived that battle, 4 went missing, 7 died, and the remaining 21 became the primal paragons of different overlord factions. So, can you understand why you disgust me? Five Feathers was both speechless and angry. You have done all these dirty things but only did it for enjoyment and political power? Are you stupid? I could understand if your objective was to compensate for your lack of talent and use the world's resources to increase strength. But no. Yen Hai's disgust was palpable. Her life can be described as stepping on countless geniuses. She had such high standards that she created harsh rules to train the sect's disciples. She hated weak people, not in the sense of power but in the sense of not having the will and determination to improve and change. I don't know why I'm wasting my breath on you. She shook a head. All right, you can die. Her aura suddenly drastically increased, and her face became paler than snow. That should be enough to kill her, she muttered before pointing her finger. She did not even use a sword and only released a brilliant sword light. Five Feathers sensed death approaching, so she reacted swiftly. She used one of her best defensive techniques, Ancestral Phoenix Blessing. A majestic phoenix phantom manifested between heaven and earth before standing in the front, protecting her. However, Yen Hai's response was the same. She even had a sneer on her face. She had met a few true ancestral phoenixes, including someone in her era. That bitch offended her, so Yen Hai once cut off the latter's wings, ate a small piece, and had Miscellaneous make a decent Paragon tier-flying artifact for her. After dealing with the real thing, how would she care about a phantom? Since I said it was enough to kill you, I meant it, Yanhai said calmly. She had absolute control over her strength, so she forcefully raised her power to the exact number she knew could kill 5 feathers. Then, as expected, the light pierced the little phoenix's head, instantly annihilating the piece of soul she sued for that clone. Yanhai's aura drastically decreased, and her complexion worsened. However, she immediately opened her mouth to swallow. 5 feathers' body turned into an ocean of blood and entered her body. She used so many good things to make that body. The nutrients from that body should alleviate the backlash from forcefully sublimating her strength. Maybe I should have taken her soul too, she commented. Forget it, it's too late. Plus, that boy has been telling me non-stop to be extra careful in case someone plots against me. It's never a bad idea to listen to his kind. Yanhai broke away from his space, collapsing it as she exited. She returned before the seal and checked on Monk. She calmly watched the battle. A talented kid, indeed, but it seems his state of mind hasn't adapted to his current strength. She pondered briefly. Let's let him suffer a little. Anyways, he's thick-skinned and should not die anytime soon. Yanhai flew toward the seal, observing it closely. She understood why Wang Wei wanted her talisman. It would take quite some time for the best array masters to figure this thing out, and even if someone used force, it would also take a lot of time. Unfortunately, time is one of the many things the current situation did not give them. Alright, let's start. She figured she could reduce their efforts by weakening the array. However, she also complained why Wang Wei did not leave the talisman with her. Did he think she would spend a lot of time with that clone? That brat truly underestimated me, Yanhai sneered. However, her expression wasn't fully formed when someone answered her question. A shadowy figure appeared next to her. A puppet made from elder bark? Yanhai's face almost twitched after identifying the intruder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1353, 5 Feathers Ambitions Unedited Chapter. 5 Feathers opened her eyes in a secret room and spewed a large mouthful of blood. Her aura became chaotic before dramatically reducing. She swiftly swallowed a handful of pills, trying to manage the situation. However, the situation worsened in a matter of seconds. 5 Feathers' face turned purple, followed by massive pimples with pus manifesting. Her face contorted in pain. It was the worst time for the curse to act up, but it was expected, given her weakened state. She no longer hesitated to swallow a few more rare pills. It took her more than 10 minutes to stabilize her situation. She cultivated for over 2 hours before appeasing her injury and suppressing that curse. 5 Feathers then swiftly checked her face and sighed in relief once she discovered it was back to normal. Damn that woman, she roared. She was already in a bad state, and losing that clone further aggravated the injury. I want to rip her eyes off, 5 Feather cursed, but as soon as she uttered those words, she remembered that sword attack. Her body and soul trembled as a deep fear rushed down her spine. That attack returned her to the era where she was ordinary, where she had to struggle for her survival. The helplessness of being powerless almost drove 5 Feathers crazy. No, this can't go on. I must do something, 5 Feather yelled. Her survival instinct kicked in, and she wanted to survive this ordeal at all times. Simultaneously, it also awakened the ambition in her heart. 5 Feather took a deep breath. That woman was right. I'm too weak. My next goal should be to break this curse. Once I'm at my peak, I can use all the resources to increase my strength. 5 Feathers analyzed this plan and felt nothing wrong with it. In her youth, she was ambitious and willing to do anything for strength and power. However, she lost that side of her after obtaining power. That sword strike awakened her, making the little phoenix realize her mistake. No one in the world can cultivate, but we should be the exception, right? After all, we have completely surrendered to the Lord. If He wants us to keep helping Him, He should allow us to increase our strength in dealing with the current situation. Five Feathers felt there was nothing wrong with this plan except for one thing: this damn curse. She pondered briefly before waving her hand to activate a technique. 5-element Phoenix Palace, throne room. All of Five Feathers' subordinates were waiting, and a few minutes later, her projection appeared on the throne. She had never left her secret room since that injury, and the best formation of the palace protected that room. "Well?" she asked, but no one answered. On the contrary, most people lowered their heads, fearing she would pay attention to them. "Say something," she yelled. The hall was still quiet. "Dark Phoenix? Isn't this your main job?" "Reporting, Lord," said a beautiful woman dressed in tight all-black robes and a phoenix mark on her forehead. "There is no news about the putrid white leaf." "That's what you have to report?" Five Feathers asked, not hiding her killing intent. "The putrid white leaf is a rare supreme chaos herb that is born by gathering the most evil and negative chi between heaven and earth, then through yin-yang laws, revert into the purest substance between heaven and earth. It is one of the best treasures for dealing with curses." "I'm sorry, Lord," Dark Phoenix answered with her head lowered. "We could not find it in our territory, and before your return, we had to reduce our forces and influences on the outside to prevent losses." "All I'm hearing are excuses." Dark Phoenix felt wronged. She was telling the truth, but her boss was unreasonable today. It also did not help that a few million yuan epochs ago, she used the territory only putrid white leaf had for a minor curse that she could have eradicated with little effort and a retreat of less than 100,000 years. The Lord has always been willful and wasteful, but did she finally realize the consequences of her actions? Dark Phoenix doesn't believe it. Did fate finally abandon us? She thought. "I knew this day was coming, but I did not expect it to come so fast." Five Feathers became quiet on the throne, her aura suppressing everyone present. She was thinking of a solution. Killing herself was no longer an option, and she lost one life to learn this truth. She only had 2 left and did not want to waste them. "Can I transfer it to someone else?" she thought, focusing on the people in the room. Everyone felt a chill down their spine but dared not react or make a sound. "No, this curse is too overbearing and won't separate from me so easily. Plus, these people are too weak, and a small part is enough to kill all of them." She thought of countless methods, but none of them were feasible. These failed attempts irate her even more, so she slammed the armrest on the throne. Her fluctuating emotions suddenly made the projection unstable until it dispersed. Back in the room, Five Feathers' curse became active a second time. She hurriedly summoned a flame from her palm and absorbed it into her heart. She removed it 30 seconds later, and her body had stabilized. However, the original bright flame had turned dark. Five Feathers was about to extinguish it when she thought of someone, to be exact. "Maybe I can use that ceremony to heal myself," she thought. In her life, Five Feathers has never been close or intimate with one man, the undead Phoenix. Back then, he was a rising star from the lower dimension, and she was an above-average disciple from the Phoenix clan. Although her bloodline was unique, it did not change the fact her talent was ordinary. However, Five Feather was ambitious. She wanted power, strength, and the adoration of all myriad races. At first, she had no chance until she found that witchcraft inheritance involved techniques about curses, poisons, and ceremonies. Without hesitation, she set her eyes on the young undead Phoenix. She knew her chances were slim, so she spent all her resources cultivating a love-fate goo. With its help, she was about to have accidental meetings with undead Phoenix and develop their feelings. Then, once the latter was head over heels in love with her, Five Feathers had the opportunity to knock him out and used the Origin Supplement ceremony. By taking undead Phoenix's origin, she could take away his talent and luck. It was this method that allowed her to enter the Paragon realm. Five Feathers could not help but reminisce. That ceremony was the beginning of everything. It brought her unparalleled glory. After that, she became the genius of the Phoenix clan, who was loved and praised by all the elders and envied by her peers. Meanwhile, no one cared about undead Phoenix since he was only a poor, loose cultivator from the lower dimension. Without his talent, no one gave him a second look. Unfortunately, Five Feathers' prosperity did not last long. After becoming a paragon, she realized the negative effect of the ceremony. She had no more potential, meaning 90% Grand Dao Source was the limit of her strength for the rest of her life. Once people realized this, she became a laughingstock. The elders who were enthusiastic about her now only gave the minimum respect of a paragon. But even that did not last long once people realized she was the weakest of paragons. 5 Feathers had to watch her juniors catch up to her before surpassing her. They did not do it quietly and humiliated her whenever they had an opportunity. After suffering so long, she had long thought of just ending everything. Then, Time Eater came to her with an offer she could not resist. She accepted it without hesitation. Despite knowing the consequences, despite knowing she was only a pawn, despite the fact her ex was part of this group as a means to balance her, she accepted it. I haven't studied that inheritance for a while, but there might be a way for me to transfer some of the curses to Unwritten Phoenix, 5 Feathers thought. There is a deep and unbreakable karmic bond between them, so her plan is feasible. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this plan was possible. Is there some kind of news? Dark Phoenix, what is it? 5 Feather asked as she condensed another projection. We just received news, Dark Phoenix replied before stopping. Don't waste my time and let it out. Someone has an antidote for your curse. What did you say? This is not the time for you to be talking nonsense. 5 Feather released a terrifying killing intent. These servants knew this time, their master was not playing around. If Dark Phoenix does not choose her words wisely, she will not walk out of this room. It's the undead Phoenix, she hurriedly said. He announced publicly that he had a cure. The room was eerily silent. 5 Feathers' first reaction was this was a blatant lie. However, she remembered something and her face turned ugly. Damn you, she roared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1354 Open Plot. Yen Hai frowned as she looked at that puppet. Cultivators have categorized elder bark as the worst paragon, tier 12, material. It cannot be used to make artifacts, pills, or arrays because its characteristics are stubborn and cannot fuse with substances of the same tier as itself. People have tried only using elder bark to make their weapons, but besides the fact it's hard to destroy, nothing is interesting about it. Due to its nature, elder bark has a few uses and is sought after by a small group of the cultivation world. Its primary use is to create indestructible Empyrean puppets. An Empyrean cannot destroy a puppet created with elder bark, as the minimum requirement to break it is a paragon tier attack. Such a restriction has drastically reduced its value, but cultivators have still found ways to make it worthwhile. Talented disciples from top lineages will receive an elder bark puppet as their Dao protector. Paragons are valuable, so unless someone has special status or shows talents on the level of Wu Hong, Yen Hai, and Wang Wei, no lineage will dedicate a paragon as their Dao protector. The puppet becomes an alternative since it requires paragon tier strength to destroy. Of course, this is still not the primary use of these puppets. There are many rare areas or secret dimensions that prevent a paragon from entering or cannot bear the entire presence of a paragon. Elder bark puppets are the best substitute to explore these places. Some mining areas are dangerous to Empyreans, but not paragons. These puppets are the best replacement. Yen Hai observed the puppet briefly and thought of something. She looked around to check, but there was no result. She then instantly returned her strength to 90% and destroyed the puppet with one wave of her fingers. She waited for the aftermath, and another one showed up as expected. How annoying, she thought. She glanced at this creation, thinking about her next move. She wanted to annihilate all the puppets but did not know how many of them there were. With these people's resources, having a small army of these puppets is not impossible. My injury will aggravate if I have to sublimate myself to keep killing these things, she analyzed. It was not worth it for her to do so. After winning her battle, the situation was favorable to her, so she only had to wait. But will things be so simple? She thought. She did not think so. Regardless, she knew how to behave next. Yen Hai sat cross-legged in the void, looking at the puppet while keeping an eye on the other battles with her divine sense. Another space layer. Monk looked at his opponent, Undead Phoenix, who was doing the same. Undead Phoenix was a handsome middle-aged man with white hair, but he had a gloomy aura surrounding his body. His black robe with patterns of bones and death did not help. "You look so young and promising, just like me back then," Undead Phoenix said. "You must be a genius." "You could say so," Monk replied calmly and with some not-so-subtle arrogance. "Yes, that arrogance, a genius indeed," Undead Phoenix uttered, not hiding his excitement. However, Monk frowned as that excitement was disgusting to him. "There is nothing I enjoy more than to destroy geniuses," Undead Phoenix said while licking his lips. His tongue was long but also completely black. An odd flame flashed deep in his eyes while he was excited. Monk frowned. He remembered the Fate Shadow Guard information and understood what had happened. It seems that event twisted his mind and personality, turning him into a pervert who enjoys destroying other people's dreams and ambitions. "I don't have time for your nonsense," Monk declared before summoning an exquisite box with a pill bottle inside. "My boss said he has a gift for you but wondered whether you would dare accept it." "Oh." Undead Phoenix was intrigued while also on guard. "It's the cure to Five Feathers Curse," Monk continued. According to him, the best resources in the world can only seal that curse, unless these two took action. This cure is the only one, and he wants to hand it to you. The Curse Master's bloodline curse was a nasty one. The better the sacrifice, the more terrifying the curse. Wang Wei had previously prepared a decent sacrifice, but Paragon Jimin showed up, and he could not pass this opportunity. Using a paragon, especially one with such significance and destiny, as sacrifice made that curse a nightmare. However, the effects were so incredible that Wang Wei believes the subsequent plans will be much easier to maneuver. Undead Phoenix's breath became uneven. He stared at that pill bottle, unable to extricate himself. He was not stupid. He knew this was an open conspiracy, using his hatred for Five Feathers to manipulate him. But he did not care. He would do anything to make this woman suffer the pain he experienced. Undead Phoenix resisted the urge to rush over and take the bottle. He waved his hand, and it flew in his hand. He checked it for any plot but discovered nothing suspicious. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed 3 times. He grinned, showing all his teeth that were as white as bones. "Normally, I like to take my time with talented individuals like you, slowing and methodically increasing the despair until their mind breaks. However, I'll make an exception out of you and give you a quick death. Look, aren't I generous?" "Sick bastard," Monk cursed. His aura increased, and his already tall body increased to 5 meters. His bronze skin showed brilliance, and his muscles were still the definition of exaggerated perfection. He teleported before his opponent and punched. Undead Phoenix was calm. A bone shield materialized before him, easily blocking the attack. "What a rude bastard." He casually punched back, and Monk flew back a few light years like a rag doll. "His body is so strong? But I don't sense the aura of the Power Dao realm. Could it be an impure body refiner?" Impure body refiners are people who cannot take the pain, survive the tribulations of the Power Dao realm, or whose body refining does not match their path, so they find alternative ways to improve their fleshly Dao. In return, they do not have a willpower manifestation, terrifying defense against all Daos, or will immortality. Monk realized this single punch had broken 5 of his ribs, but he did not care, as such an injury was minor. The opponent did not even apply any Dao will to that punch, so he had healed most of it by the time he could stop his momentum and prevent his body from flying away. "Force strike," Monk raised his hand. He condensed his physical strength before sending toward his target. His attacks acted similar to condensing air pressure, except they were created from physical force. Undead Phoenix remained calm, only using his bone shield to defend. He had a sneer and contempt in his face that drove Monk to a rage. The future leader of the barbarian race materialized a crystal armor that covered his body. He rushed toward his opponent and kicked him. Undead Phoenix was still calm. "Now that's better. But only a little." His mouth released a terrifying flame that instantly burned half of Monk's body. However, the barbarian king was ruthless and did not hesitate to explode the other half of his body. Damn you, Ant, undead phoenix cursed. He was relatively intact, except for a few holes in his clothes and scratches to his face. However, these things healed or repaired themselves at a rate visible to the naked eye. Monk's new body appeared a few kilometers away. As the ancestors said, there is truly a vast gap between each level in the Paragon realm. In this brief encounter, Monk realized he might have been too impetuous and arrogant. From what he learned from his clan and Wang Wei, these parasites were the weakest in their realm. Yet they could still play with him like this. Monk's new body appeared a few kilometers away. As the ancestors said, there is truly a vast gap between each level in the Paragon realm. In this brief encounter, Monk realized he might have been too impetuous and arrogant. From what he learned from his clan and Wang Wei, these parasites were the weakest in their realm. Yet they could still play with him like this. Can I ask how your strength ranks among the others? Monk suddenly asked. Of course, I'm the strongest. Stronger than Time Eater? Undead Phoenix almost choked. He stared at Monk with intense killing intent, but the latter only chuckled. According to the boss, Time Eater is on top, followed by Earth Emperor, Seven Cauldron. You and Blood Dragon are on the same level at 4th, but you have the advantage in ruthlessness and intelligence. Finally, Five Feathers is the weakest, even without the curse. What stupid list, Undead Phoenix sneered. Earth Emperor is nothing but a lunatic and a pawn. That stupid Taoist she-male can only rely on her background, and you dare put me on the same level as that stupid and lustful dragon? I don't totally agree with him since I think you're above the Taoist, Monk said. But to be fair, he did say that geniuses will always be geniuses. He said you had the most potential among the others. Unfortunately, you're now a broken man. When will it be your turn to comment on my affairs? You have a point, Monk nodded. In that case, let's continue. He summoned a metallic puppet before fusing it with his skeletons. His aura increased drastically, along with his confidence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1355. Conversing with the Earth Emperor. Wang Wei and Earth Emperor looked at each other, clashing their aura. They looked like they were about to kill each other. However, both of them seemed to have something else on their mind. Wang Wei's focus was not on this battle but on the sealed space. These cowards removed the no-life array, Wang Wei thought. He figured this was an excellent opportunity to at least kill one of these bastards permanently. Still, once they realized they did not have the advantage and were forced to fight him, they removed the array to ensure that the worst outcome in this fight was losing one life. I need to focus on my primary objective, Wang Wei thought, which is to break that seal. But now that Supreme Unity knows where I am, things will not be so simple. However, this was Wang Wei's plan that did not stop him from giving one of these people a lesson. Are you interested in working with me? Pardon me? Wang Wei asked. He thought he was having auditory hallucinations. There is no need to be surprised, Earth Emperor added. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interest. If our interests are aligned, there is no reason not to work together. Wang Wei observed him and realized he was telling the truth. I have to say you've caught my intrigue. How do you want to work together? What's the common interest you're talking about? To destroy the great Qin Saint Court. My first thought is you're courting death, Wang Wei said, looking at him strangely. But my second thought is, how will their destruction benefit me? Resources. Why are you saying something so stupid? Wang Wei said with a frown. You don't think I lack resources because I've plundered the dragon and Time Eater's territory, do you? How can these people compare to the foundation of such an ancient overlord? Earth Emperor argued. Plus, the human emperor has an unknown and secret origin. I'm sure you're interested. Wang Wei looked at him without a word. He did not hide the annoyance on his face or the fact that the Earth Emperor was speaking nonsense. His entire body language was as rude as it could be. He made it evident that he was restraining himself by not calling him a moron. Of course, this is not the main reason I think you'll agree. I want to know what makes you so confident. From what I know about you, you're quite protective of your friends and families, Earth Emperor continued, not hiding his smirk. His facial expression indicated he believed Wang Wei would agree to his request no matter what. Who are you talking about? Wang Wei asked. You don't know. Earth Emperor asked with a smile. The Qin court captured the Demon Suppression Emperor as soon as she ascended. No wonder I haven't heard about her, Wang Wei uttered. When gathering his team, he also planned to gather some of the people from the lower dimension without sufficient background under his command. So, what do you think? We can work together, Earth Emperor continued. I get most of the resources from the court, and in return, I help you save your friend. If I agree, how will today's battle go? Everything will be fine as long as you leave and don't touch the seal on the Void Illusion Realm, Wang Wei pondered briefly. He had no plan to team up with this idiot. It's written all over his face that he plans to backstab me. Moreover, the latter seems to think it was okay for him to get most of the shares while his remuneration would only be saving the Demon Suppression Emperor. What's your plan to destroy the Qin court? Asked. Although he did not plan to work with that asshole, he pondered the possibility of fake working with him and backstabbing him first. I can't tell you that since we don't trust each other. If you agree, we can sign a contract. Tell me a general idea so I can be more confident. I won't say anything until the contract is signed, Earth Emperor replied stubbornly. All right, show me the prepared contract. Earth Emperor hesitated briefly before taking out a parchment and writing a detailed control with over 10 million words. Wang Wei received and read it, but a minute later he burned the thing while sneering. It's obvious you don't have a plan and want me to come up with one. The contract contained a loophole that insinuated that he would oversee most of this plan. I'm telling you, I have a plan I've been working on for countless Yuan epochs, Earth Emperor reiterated. Just because you have a plan doesn't mean it's a good one, Wang Wei rebutted. Anyway, I won't work with someone like you. He decided it was not worth the risk and complication to use this approach to kill this bastard. He already had a plan, and he only needed to put it into motion, and he believed this guy would fall for it. It seems the rumors of you being kind, benevolent, and generous to your friends are lies, Earth Emperor said with a cold face. No, they're true, but you seem to overlook something. The Demon Suppression Emperor is an acquaintance at best, Wang Wei replied. I've saved her and her people, so she already owes me karma. I don't need to go to extreme lengths to save her. Plus, I know for a fact she'll be alive until the human emperor returns from limbo. I have plenty of time. It's not hard to guess why the Qin court captured her. The Demon Suppression Emperors held both minor human emperor and heavenly emperor positions, and Ying Zheng would do anything to get his hands on them. Meanwhile, the same cannot be said for you, Wang Wei continued. The human emperor might still keep her alive once he returns, trying to find a more peaceful way to take her position to prevent complications. But you're a useless pawn who has usurped power. He'll definitely kill you as soon as he's capable. I'm no one's pawn, Earth Emperor said with gritted teeth. What's the point of being agitated now after wasting such an opportunity? What are you talking about? Am I wrong? Wang Wei asked. Under normal circumstances, with your intelligence and capabilities, you would never have a chance to escape the human emperor's grasp. However, this turn of this era gave you a chance. With 1/9 of the world's resources and luck, you can bypass the limitation of your poor talent and cultivate to the peak of the Paragon realm. Although it would be impossible for you to become a primal under normal circumstances, you could have done it if you were ruthless enough. All you needed to do was risk your life to pass the unorthodox outlaw trial for Samsara Dao, and your future would have been bright. Earth Emperor could not pass the test based on karma, but the upper dimension offered an outlaw trial that was just a mighty heavenly tribulation. He could have passed if the Earth Emperor had been ruthless and willing to use most of his resources and luck. After gaining control of Samsara Dao, with 1/9 destiny of the world, you could get a job as a Yama King in the underworld and use this opportunity to become a primal. The underworld is more than enough to protect you from the human emperor, and he would probably have given up on you as a pawn since it would cost him too much to retrieve you. But if you were bolder and wiser, the Eternal Ascension world's 1/9 luck was probably enough to get you the status as Earth Emperor. If you prove yourself, then all you had to do was take advantage of the human emperor's absence to destroy the Qin Saint court and ruin his foundation. If you plan well enough, you might even kill him and get his human emperor position. After that, well, your future will be infinite. The Earth Emperor was quiet. Everything Wang Wei said sounded fine and dandy, but it did not meet reality. He was not like the others who let power get to him. At least, he believed so. His cultivation was so low because someone was always watching him, not wanting him to get more powerful. Time Eater chose them because they were weak and had little talent, so how did he let them become as powerful as him? Additionally, how hard was the unorthodox outlaw trial? Many believe it's more challenging than the Paragon Tribulation, especially for people who want to change their Tao so late in their journey. How could he risk everything just for another Tao? In the end, it's as he said, I was not bold or ruthless enough, Earth Emperor sighed. He looked at Wang Wei, releasing a terrifying killing intent. The current world situation is strange and dangerous, and I need the counsel of a wise minister to help me through it. If I can get his soul, I can refine it into a wisdom artifact. There is no better reassurance as a monarch, or even in my cultivation journey, than to have a Tao overlord under my control feeding me ideas and plans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1356. The ceremony is completed. Unedited chapter. The Earth Emperor's body, whose proper name is Shu Ren, released a gray mist. It enveloped everything in its path and froze it at a fundamental level. Wang Wei's body moved out of the way, but the fog followed him like maggots chasing after expired meat. After realizing he could not escape, Wang Wei gathered the most abundant yang energy in his body and blew up, releasing a fiery fog to counter the enemy. His approach worked, but Shu Ren calmly released a black fog and molded it into a towering hand. Boom! The attack was too fast, and Wang Wei was sent flying. His two arms had turned into popsicles, and his soul heard owls of despair. Wang Wei remained calm and removed the enemy's shoddy application of a Tao will artifact. His arm regenerated, and his soul was intact. Extreme Yin Spear. Shu Ren waved his hand to condense a black spear. He threw it with unparalleled force, making Wang Wei's face turn ugly. He punched the spear, but his body took dozens of steps into the void. He looked intact, but anyone with discerning eyes could see the freezing signs on his arms and upper torso. Shu Ren's brow furrowed as he summoned hundreds of these black spears. They rushed toward their opponent, blocking the sky like they were raining. Extreme Yang Body. Wang Wei's body turned into an elemental-like fire creature as he desperately combated this rain of spears. The flame helped him with the freezing aspect of the attack, but the spears were too fast, and there were too many. Additionally, he discovered that his speed was drastically decreasing with each passing second, meaning the longer this attack lasted, the slower he became and the more injuries he received. The raining spear ended, and Wang Wei looked like Swiss cheese. However, despite his situation, his eyes remained calm and focused. He suddenly teleported in front of Shu Ren and kicked him. However, the ruler of the Great Chu Divine Dynasty was calm, almost too calm. His Tao was Extreme Yin, and he could separate it into Extreme and Yin Tao. He activated his Extreme Shield, easily blocking that kick. Then, with a thought, all the spears in Wang Wei's body exploded, sending his mutilated body flying thousands of light years away. Shu Ren activated Extreme Speed and rushed over, trying to annihilate the body in one fell swoop. Shu Ren's hands suddenly condensed a terrifying amount of death chi, turning his palm into a death claw. Then he headed directly for the immobile Wang Wei's head. Yin-Yang Reversal. As soon as the attack reached him, Wang Wei activated his Yin-Yang Dao, reversing the damage to his opponent. His actions were unexpected and swift, but not with the best effort. Shu Ren might have fallen for this trick if it had been before, but his time at the frontier awakened his instinct as a warrior. Extreme Defense. Extreme Regeneration. Shu Ren tanked Wang Wei's counterattack, but he also did not stop attacking. Most of the death chi from his claw dissipated, but the force of the claw still hit Wang Wei's body, sending him flying through the void. Shu Ren looked at his palm before looking at Wang Wei. You're so weak. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be so weak. He did not let his current advantage overwhelm his senses. The frontier taught him the price of underestimating any enemy. What's it to you whether I'm weak or not? Wang Wei replied calmly. The good news for him was that Shu Ren's application of Dao Will was indeed terrible, and with his pseudo-will immortality, his body soon recovered after giving him time to breathe. You're injured, Shu Ren announced. It should have been the work of the lock. That's why your performance is so terrible. It's probably why you even considered working with me in the first place. You can think whatever you want. Shu Ren licked his lips. This was a perfect opportunity to catch this bastard and turn him into a wisdom artifact. He waved his hand, and two more terrifying aura appeared before him. Wang Wei's face turned ugly after seeing the two creation lifeforms that were also paragons. Achieving paragon strength through the taboo battle realm had one flaw: the lack of evolution of the Grand Mist Wheel. Although he could fight with these paragons, they can besiege him if they use their best creation lives. Wang Wei did not hesitate to use his order-disorder Dao, banishing the appearance of creation lives in this battle. He used willpower backlash as a disorder, thus making his appearance paler. Another injury, huh? Shu Ren smiled. He did not mind that he had lost a few helpers since it meant drastically weakening his opponent. He activated extreme speed and extreme strength, and with one step, he appeared before Wang Wei. Bang! Half of Wang Wei's body exploded into a blood mist, and Shu Ren licked his lips. He understood why that pervert undead phoenix enjoyed tormenting these geniuses. Seeing these people, who are usually proud and arrogant, struggle while at death's door can bring true spiritual satisfaction. Wang Wei's blood turned into spears, but with a thought, Shu Ren froze them. He looked into Wang Wei's eyes, and the latter's regeneration suddenly paused. Yes, his soul is indeed in a weak state, Shu Ren thought. Although he was confident in his guess, he had to check. As a person whose Dao contained Yin Dao, he could be considered a master of the soul. Corrosive moon. Shu Ren raised his hand to condense a beautiful moon in the void. Wang Wei's mind was affected, and he was drawn by the moon, even temporarily stopping his regeneration. A blue beam of light flew from the moon, and the danger suddenly awakened him. He raised his hand to block. His palms turned into skeletons, but he successfully blocked the beam. Or so he thought. Wang Wei's face turned ugly as he noticed this strange moonlight inside his sea of consciousness. This thing was destroying his soul power at an alarming rate. The worst part is that power was like a maggot. He could not get rid of it no matter what he did. Without much choice, he had no choice but to cut off the part it was attached to, thus permanently losing some of his soul power. Shu Ren suddenly chuckled. His laughter echoed through the void. Where is your previous arrogance? Only an idiot will celebrate victory before a battle ends, Wang Wei sneered. There is plenty of time, and I guarantee you that by the end, I'll rip your heart from your chest and use it as a trophy. You mean like this? Shu Ren mocked. He raised his palm to condense an extreme Yin crystal, and with a thought, it turned into a beating heart. Wang Wei looked shocked as he sensed a cold energy coursing through his blood and veins. Shu Ren laughed and became even more arrogant. Although his Dao was extreme Yin, he still dabbled in Yin Yang, and this technique was a basic application. He exchanged a Yin item for Wang Wei's heart, which contained an extreme amount of Yang energy. Wang Wei calmly suppressed the hell-like cold inside his body and said with a strange tone, "This was easier than I thought." Shu Ren suddenly felt a sense of impending doom and disaster. You have injured me enough, meaning the requirements for the ceremony have been met, Wang Wei continued. As soon as he finished, two magical circles appeared above the battlefield. What did you do? Shu Ren roared, trying to run away, but it was futile. The tattoo of the clock flew out of Wang Wei's chest and floated above Shu Ren's head. The clock's handle moved until it reached the skull. A terrifying power descended from the sky into Shu Ren. He reacted swiftly by activating all his defensive and life-saving measures, but it did not matter. His body started to age at an alarming rate. In a matter of seconds, he turned into an elderly man with long white hair, cloudy eyes, a beard longer than his knees, and thinner than a mummy. You're still alive? I guess I underestimated you, Wang Wei said. He raised his hand to manifest a hand of time. With the opponent's current situation, Time Dao was the best approach to kill him as soon as possible. However, the Earth Emperor proved he was not a regular paragon. As death approached him, he summoned a dimension of probably his version of hell that he created. This projection contained some of the aura of Yama King, which allowed it to block Wang Wei's potent offensive. Then, Shu Ren was decisive as he blew the dimension to buy him enough time to run away. Escape? Wang Wei thought as he searched around. There were no signs of the latter. That can be. I need you to lose at least one life. He raised his hand to summon his karma thread, focusing on the ones related to his title as the Earth Emperor. He used it to connect to Shu Ren and cast a curse. This was one of his creations that combined with his order-disorder Dao. The conditions of the curse were simple. Neither of them could use longevity pills that can increase lifespan. Such conditions are usually useless for Tier 10 cultivators since they are immortal. However, Shu Ren's condition was that his existence was affected by the power of time, thus aging him. The best way to heal such an injury is longevity pills. Now, his only choice is to sacrifice one life to return to his peak, Wang Wei thought with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1357 Vessel Wang Wei left his fighting space, and the first thing he saw was his ancestor sitting cross-legged in the void with a weird puppet guarding her. His lips twitched, thinking how Monk was probably suffering. Ancestor, what's the situation? Yen Hai looked at him before explaining what happened with the elder bark puppet. Wang Wei frowned after hearing her explanation. This was not good news. The parasites must have been busy, so the actions of these puppets were not theirs. Wang Wei casually destroyed the puppet and waited. He frowned after 5 minutes and no response. He looked at the seal in the distance. His first instinct was to start destroying it with his ancestor. After all, Monk and Old Man Dai can still hold on for a while. However, will things be this simple? Will Supreme Unity let them act after expressing his desire to prevent them from freeing the Void Illusion realm? Let's play it safe first, Wang Wei thought. He realized that he was at an impasse, and the wrong move meant he would fail his objective. He could not fail. The liberation of the mortals was the first step to dealing with the lock. His battle with Supreme Unity had just begun, and he could not afford any failures. So, Wang Wei shifted his focus to the remaining 2 battles. Old Man Dai was fine. He followed his agreement with Wang Wei to the T. His only objective was to hold off 7 Cauldron. Nothing more, nothing less. Such a battle method was aggravating for the Taoist priest, but Old Man Dai did not care. He remained steadfast, ensuring his opponent could not free herself to aid the others. As for Monk, well, he was suffering. Undead Phoenix was lost in the lust of torturing his opponent. As such, his body suffered countless minor and severe wounds but nothing that could be considered true damage. However, Wang Wei did not worry about him. In his eyes, Wang Wei saw a firm will, and more importantly, he could see Monk was using this opportunity to increase his fighting experience. What should my next move be? Wang Wei thought. Since he chose to play it first, his next move should be to free his allies so they can attack the seal together. The issue is who to help first. 7 Cauldron has the highest chance of something unexpected occurring, Wang Wei analyzed. His gaze then shifted to Undead Phoenix. Additionally, although I already plan to use him to deal with 5 feathers, it's in my best interest for him not to be in his best state. If he could severely injure the Undead Phoenix and release the news to 5 feathers, it should accelerate the speed at which they confront each other. Unless Supreme Unity intervened, there is no way for 5 feathers to heal herself in the next 100,000 or even million yuan epoch. Meanwhile, I only need Undead Phoenix's injury unable to be healed in the next 100 yuan epochs, forcing them to fight each other. Then, he'll have no choice but to sacrifice one of his lives to heal himself. With a preliminary plan, Wang Wei no longer hesitated. He accessed his future wife's treasury and took out a dagger. He observed this paragon artifact and nodded. This item was one of the best artifacts for assassination, especially for making the target suffer. Wang Wei then activated his power of nothingness and took the invisible characteristics of nothingness. He lurked in the unknown, waiting for the right moment to strike. According to his observation, Undead Phoenix had already lost himself. The latter's defense was at an all-time low due to how much he was enjoying himself torturing Monk. However, Wang Wei still waited. He waited until the latter's emotions reached a peak, and his defense completely collapsed. Then he appeared behind Undead Phoenix, and his dagger pierced his back and broke his spine. The attack was simple and looked so inspiring or ordinary. However, only Wang Wei and Undead Phoenix knew how devastating that simple piercing was. Firstly, Wang Wei's attack combined many powers, including his soul. In other words, Undead Phoenix's Paragon soul received a terrifying blow. He would have died instantly without the ring of white flames surrounding his soul. One of the true will applications that Wang Wei learned from his future wife was to make his will similar to a curse, making it harder to remove. He did not hesitate to use it for this sneak attack. Wang Wei even added his understanding of replicating viruses to make his true will even more challenging to deal with. As such, as soon as that attack succeeded, he knew Undead Phoenix would suffer in the future, unless he had some extraordinary means. But even that was not everything he did. As a final gift, Wang Wei injected his power of nothingness into Undead Phoenix's body. That alone should complicate things further. How can you do something as lowly as a sneak attack? Undead Phoenix uttered. Don't you know who I am? Wang Wei rolled his eyes. When did he have a reputation for being honorable? Earth Emperor thought he would do anything to rescue an acquaintance, and this Undead Phoenix thought that sneak attacks were below him. You will regret this, Undead Phoenix said with gritted teeth. A black flame enveloped his body, and Wang Wei retreated. Undead Phoenix turned into a black phoenix but was only a black skeleton with no flesh or feathers. The black flame then consumed his entire body until there was nothing left. Wang Wei's lips twitched. These people may be bad at fighting, but all their methods of running away are extraordinary. How are you doing? Wang Wei asked. I'm fine. My injuries were nothing serious. Monk was telling the truth. It took him a few seconds to remove the opponent's Tao will and return to his peak. I sense the breath of ceremonial magic from you. Did you ask for some unknown being for power to end your fight as soon as possible? Monk asked. I'm not stupid enough to do such a thing, Wang Wei replied before briefly explaining the situation. A glint flashed in Monk's eyes as an idea flashed in his mind. Let's move, Wang Wei said. Time is running out. The two reunited with Yen Hai before entering Old Man Day's battlefield. Thank the heavens, you're finally here. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Wei nodded before focusing on Seven Cauldron. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, making Wang Wei frown. Kill her as quickly as possible, he ordered. What's with the worry in your tone? Yen Hai asked. Haven't you realized? She's too calm. Indeed. Someone like Seven Cauldron should be panicking by now, trying to find a way to escape. However, she was calmly looking at them, with even some hidden disdain deep in her eyes. The team did not know whether Wang Wei was right, but they were not willing to risk it, so they all attacked simultaneously. The result was unexpected. A black and white shield surrounded Seven Cauldron, easily blocking the attack from so many paragons. Moreover, the unknown pure yin-yang power inside her body was activating, raising her aura drastically. Damn it, why didn't I think of that? Wang Wei cursed. He reacted swiftly by summoning his golden body of merit. What's happening? Old Man Dai asked, his voice not hiding his fear and worry. Of course, Wang Wei would not tell him he had figured out that the Seven Cauldron was Supreme Unity's vessel to use his power in the world, just like Feng Heng was to Mithria. In my name and title as the Honorary Buddha, Wang Wei's golden body uttered. I call upon the Mother Buddha to descend into the world to assist me in sealing this evildoer. Wang Wei knew only power of the same level could stop Supreme Unity, so he made the best response to the situation. As expected, golden lights manifested in this sealed place, followed by Buddhist chants and mantras. He successfully summoned some of Mithria's power using his sage authority. A golden palm descended from the sky, releasing a golden magic circle to seal Seven Cauldron and the descent of Supreme Unity's power. This is not enough, Wang Wei yelled as he watched Seven Cauldron's yin-yang symbol block his seal. Everyone, use your best sealing methods. Yan Hai was the first to react. She waved her hand to manifest 7 swords that emanated the power of stars. They formed a sealing array, channeling the endless power of sword Dao and stars to seal their target. Old Man Deus' method was an enormous turtle shell with unparalleled weight and mass. He pressed it above Seven Cauldron, using its power to immobilize her. Monk's approach was to summon 33 ancestral spirits of the barbarian clan and for them to work together to establish the 33 spirit temples sealing array. No one hesitated after Wang Wei spoke and went all out, but the worry on his face did not diminish, and that's because they were still at a stalemate with Seven Cauldron despite all of them taking turns. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1358 Heaven's Secret Crystal. Wang Wei observed the situation with a frown. Seven Cauldrons stood toweringly in the void with a yin-yang symbol above her head, blocking a humongous Buddha palm, 7 swords that had turned into stars, a turtle shell bigger than any stars, and 33 spirits standing before 33 temples. She's not just blocking us, but slowly gaining the advantage, Wang Wei analyzed. Boy, you must do something. We won't last long, Yan Hai suddenly messaged him through divine sense. Wang Wei resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He knew this and was trying to find a solution. In thinking, he replied succinctly. Wang Wei knew that time was not on their side, and the best way to solve this was to add more power to their sides, thus tilting this standoff toward them. The question is, who and how do we do this? If I could summon Feng Heng to this place, Mithria should be able to use more power with her vessel present, Wang Wei analyzed. But would Supreme Unity allow news to leave this place? Would he allow anyone to enter? Wang Wei swiftly eliminated this approach, along with others that require outside individuals to help. Most people cannot access this place, he concluded with a frown. Such a conclusion eliminated many other ideas, including using the other sages and borrowing their authority. Most people cannot, but there is still Heavenly Dao, Wang Wei calculated. It's powerful enough, has the same ubiquitous characteristic as Supreme Unity, and is already in confrontation with the usurper. This idea was feasible, but another problem was summoning Heavenly Dao. Regular summon methods won't work, Wang Wei thought. Heavenly Dao had lost most of its power and authority, so regular methods of summoning would have no effect. So, that eliminates those 2 methods, Wang Wei continued. He was a Destiny son and had a deep karmic connection with Heavenly Dao, a fact he could have previously used to summon the latter. However, this was no longer applicable. The same is true for his status as a sage. The best way to summon Heavenly Dao now is to make a significant achievement with worldwide ramifications. Since the lock appeared, the only way to truly mobilize Heavenly Dao and increase its fighting power against Supreme Unity has been to improve the world's prosperity. Wang Wei's eyes light up. Usually, he couldn't think of such an accomplishment in such a short period while in danger. However, this battle started because of such an opportunity. Wang Wei calmly looked at Seven Cauldron. Before this battle, he suspected there might be fraud, so he visited a few people, one of which was Sun Junyao. He asked her to come with him because he figured she had condensed a paragon soul with Blood Dragon's resources before the lock descended. As such, her soul could occupy a puppet, and she could become a quasi-paragon fighting force. Sun Junyao can then work together with Emperor Kong, another quasi-paragon, and block one paragon. Wang Wei was cautious, so he brought extra help. It also helped that his action also deepened his connection to her, thus making it easier to cut off their fate connection. I'm glad I was paranoid, Wang Wei thought as he contacted Sun Junyao. Like Yan Hai and the others, she came with him through a unique dimension, meaning she was already present in this sealed space. Everyone, I have a way to fuse all our sealing methods, Wang Wei suddenly said. Work together with me. Wang Wei's aura rose drastically while his complexion became paler. It appeared he was losing blood at an alarming rate. The others reacted and started cooperating with him. Wang Wei's soul started blending with the others, allowing him to take brief control over their sealing techniques. Seven Cauldron frowned. Her cold and indifferent demeanor, which somehow made her look more beautiful and holy, finally had some fluctuation. Something is wrong, she thought, but she could not immediately figure it out. However, she did not focus too much on it. All these plans and schemes are useless in the face of absolute power. Boom! A brilliant light enveloped their fighting space, followed by a sound so loud that it echoed in the emptiness of the void. People immediately checked the source of the light and sound, but their divine sense was cut off just by the residual of that power. What a terrifying sword power, Old Man Dai stated, not hiding his shock. Meanwhile, Yen Hai gave him a look that said, "You know what you're talking about, youngster?" In the distance, people saw the most beautiful woman alive floating in the void, holding a talisman in her right hand. She was perspiring as her complexion was pale, but that only increased her allure and charm. Luckily, the people present had a strong will, so they turned their eyes to something more substantial. The seal on the void illusion was destroyed. "Excellent work, Lady Sun," Wang Wei praised. However, Sun Junyao was not strong enough to reply. Yen Hai's peak attack was not something that an Empyrean could control. If not for her Paragon soul, that attack would have gone out of control and killed her along with it. "You can leave to recuperate." Sun Junyao mustered the strength to say, "I've repaid you for what you did for my disciple. From now on, I only owe you 2 more debts." "Of course," Wang Wei nodded. Sun Junyao disappeared, and Wang Wei continued his work. He ignored Seven Cauldron's increase in resistance and said to the sky, "Heaven and earth above, the world has been wounded for many years. Long ago, our ancestors were wise and created means to facilitate open communication, fair trade, and sharing thoughts and ideas from any distance. They brought our civilization together, allowing us to work together for a better future. However, greedy eyes have blocked our progress and regressed our civilization. Today, after years of planning, using courage and wisdom, and gathering the strengths of many, I have freed the world. I have brought our civilization to its original track of prosperity and grandeur. Please, heaven and earth, be my witness." Wang Wei looked at the sky. His words might seem nonsensical or bragging, but he chose them carefully. The Eternal Ascension World's Heaven Dao is exceptionally ambitious, and the one thing it cares about more than anything is the rise and prosperity of the cultivation civilization. According to Wang Wei, if Supreme Unity was willing to promise Heavenly Dao to improve the world and even show it a concrete plan on how his actions might benefit the world better than Heavenly Dao, then the latter might have allocated its power to the Taoist priest. The sky suddenly changed. Although this area was sealed, everyone could see the visions happening in the Eternal Ascension World. A golden hue enveloped the entire world. However, black thunder flashed between heaven and earth before the visions could fully manifest or even merit descending. All sentient beings heard a roar of anger and frustration. Without any knowledge or experience, everyone knew that this roar originated from Heavenly Dao. The Eternal Ascension World's sky suddenly became a battlefield between golden aura and black thunder, and in a short period, the black thunder had the advantage. "This is our opportunity," Wang Wei reminded, and as expected, everyone focused on sealing Seven Cauldron. However, her action was relatively swift and decisive. She removed the seal array that blocked the area and ignored these people's attacks before forcefully teleporting away. Wang Wei frowned before thinking of something. As expected, Seven Cauldron appeared above the sky and played her role as a vessel. The black thunder rapidly corroded the golden hue as soon as she appeared. Luckily, someone else appeared to reverse the situation somewhat. The monk Feng Heng had a unique aura, and without uttering a word, he started battling. Wang Wei kept observing this fight. Despite the support, Heavenly Dao was still at a significant disadvantage. The good news is it has regained its strength. He estimated that the lock might have granted Supreme Unity control over 95% of Heavenly Dao, but his subsequent actions had reduced his control to less than 90%. I can probably grant Heavenly Tao my authority to increase its power, Wang Wei analyzed. However, it may be best to reserve this trick for the next battle. It's never wise for a general to reveal all its tricks in battle. Plus, the current situation is that fate is disturbed, and the secrets of heaven and earth are in chaos, meaning this is a great opportunity for me. Wang Wei did not hesitate. This was an opportunity that he could not waste. So, he gathered Fate Tao and Yin-Yang calculation to condense a crystal that he called Heaven's Secret Crystal. He looked at the ordinary-looking gem in his palm and nodded in satisfaction. Although this object might look simple and ordinary, he knew its importance. At this point in this chess game, when his divination becomes useless, he can use this crystal to perform a divination that is not influenced by anyone. If I use this at the right time, it should increase my chances of dealing with supreme unity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1359 No More Lives. Everyone watched the battle in the sky for a few minutes before everything ended. All the vessels left, and they did not seem injured. The result was the golden hue celebrated Wang Wei's achievements, but it did not spread to every corner of the world. Additionally, he still received no merit for his accomplishment. I guess that's better than nothing, Wang Wei sighed. Heavenly Tao has a long way to go to have a chance in this fight. Additionally, he was now a genuine threat or obstacle to supreme unity, so he should cherish his life even more. Everything is over, Wang Wei declared while exhaling. Yen Hai flew over to him and tapped him on the shoulder. You did a good job, kid. Yen Hai found this youngster was as reliable as her brother Qiyuan. Thank you, ancestor. Yen Hai nodded. All right, it's time for me to leave. Don't you want to look at the void illusion realm? I've seen it enough, she replied. All she cared about now was alleviating the effects of her injuries. All right. Yen Hai disappeared and Old Man Dai approached. Do you remember our agreement? I know. Next time, I won't contact or force you to participate. Remember your words, Old Man Dai said with indignance. The old man decided that he would change his hiding place. He did not trust that bastard Wang Wei to keep his word, so it was best to run away and hide from him. Wang Wei watched his departure. He guessed what the latter would do next and hesitated whether he should place something on him to track him. Ultimately, he decided otherwise. Old Man Dai was not a fighter, and involving him in these battles was not necessarily good. He also had to consider that this coward had a teacher who may be a primal paragon. It's fine. I doubt I'll need him next time. He turned his focus to Monk. How are you doing? I'm fine. The barbarian king nodded. I've learned much in this battle. You're lucky this battle awakened you from your arrogance. Otherwise, heaven and earth would have sent you a humbling moment, Wang Wei said. Humbling moment? Look it up in your clan, Wang Wei replied. I will. Wang Wei nodded. Do you want to take a look? No, I have many things to digest from this fight, Monk refused. Plus, I have some thoughts I need to organize. All right, you can come to me if you need help. Monk disappeared, and Wang Wei focused on the hidden Emperor Kong. The latter only nodded to him before leaving. Meanwhile, Sun Junyao left without even saying a word. She did leave a polite message talisman. Wang Wei shook his head. The woman has drawn a clear line between them, and he was okay with that. He looked at the colossal portal in the distance, preparing to accomplish his goal. But, out of nowhere, a green blade that contained the power of time pieced his body from the back. Wang Wei's danger intuition reacted at the last minute, but it was too late. The blade's power was overwhelming and wiped him out from with the power of time. The assailant waited as he knew Wang Wei was not dead. As expected, the void tore apart, and someone Wang Wei appeared. How many lives did I take? 2, Wang Wei calmly replied. According to normal sense, he should have lost only 1 life. However, after breaking through the battle taboo realm, his existence was on par with Paragon's, so the second-rank longevity resources and abilities he had were not as effective. So, after this death, he lost the only 2 lives he had left. That's about right, the assailant nodded. And how many do you have left? Wang Wei did not respond. His anger had reached the pinnacle after dying and losing all his revival methods. More importantly, he was schemed against. However, he controlled himself. How did you create projection from the seal? Time Eater smiled at him. You seem angry. Furious is more like it. That's understandable, Time Eater chuckled. All Tao overlords are arrogant by nature, and the thing that pisses them off the most is being outmatched in the field they are most proud of, wit and intelligence. I believe that is a flaw to anyone who considers themselves intelligent, not just Tao lords and overlords, Wang Wei replied. Maybe you're right, Time Eater replied casually. So, what are you going to do with that fury? What am I going to do? Well, at first, I only wanted to kill you, but I've changed my mind, Wang Wei said. I'll turn you into a great time paragon artifact. I'll use your Tao as the core, your body as the wax, and your soul as the flame. It seems this is not enough to quell my wrath. In that case, when I reach the same level as these two, I'll revive your memories and consciousness, put it into a dog, and raise you as a pet. Yes, that should be enough. Wang Wei then looked in his eyes. That's my promise to you. Time Eater squinted, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, he did not let it leak and soon returned to normal. At their level, huh? Even when you're angry, you're so careful. Only a fool would think he could control someone like you without absolute power, Wang Wei replied. A pet, you say? Time Eater chuckled. That's a good idea. I think I'll be able to brag anywhere in the known chaos universe if I have a Tao overlord pet. In that case, let's see who will be whose pet. Wang Wei watched him dissipate. He knew Time Eater would be a problem even if he were sealed, but he underestimated the time spawn. He thought it would take a while before the latter could use its means to interfere on the outside. It seems I'm not careful or paranoid enough, Wang Wei thought. He inhaled and exhaled to calm down. Now was not the time to let emotions such as pride rule his thoughts and actions. Instead, he focused on another problem, his lack of longevity resources. He could try to create one now, and although he would need two to ensure he had one life, it was still worth it. However, he felt that supreme unity would not let him succeed. It would be foolish for him to directly start researching methods of longevity just after experiencing death. Such an act would be the same as writing on his forehead that he only had one more life left. I need to be more careful from now on, Wang Wei thought. He would have to rely on his avatars to revive if he died now. However, he had already killed all the ones in the upper dimension, meaning Wang Wei would have to return to the lower dimension. It's fine for ordinary people to ascend, but as someone who holds so much destiny and is responsible for the prosperity of the lower dimension, my ascension means something else. If Supreme Unity plays his card correctly, he could use the second ascension to extend his tentacles to the lower dimension. The lower dimension is Heavenly Tao's primary source of power. Supreme Unity cannot control Heavenly Tao entirely as long as it's under its control. Even if he completely controlled the upper dimension, Heavenly Tao could buy itself some time by guarding the lower dimension at all costs. As such, if Wang Wei dies and returns down there, he will never ascend again until the problem in the upper dimension is solved. In fact, Heavenly Tao itself probably wouldn't allow him to ascend if he wanted to. But the question is, can anyone solve the issue of the upper dimension if he loses? There are plenty of talents from the Golden Era with such ability, but currently, Wang Wei shook his head. Emperor Kong is one of them, but he only has the potential and hasn't grown to that level yet. Maybe if Heavenly Tao forced him to experience the outlaw trial, but how complicated would that make things in the current situation? Supreme Unity would not allow the latter to train another worthy chess player. Wang Wei doesn't know much about the sealed talents of the overlords and top lineages, but as of now, no active talent is capable enough for the task. So, the conclusion is I cannot die, or the fate of the world will only be catastrophic, Wang Wei summarized with a wry smile. He exhaled to calm down. All right, maybe I'm overthinking. The world does not revolve around me. There may be countless talents hidden in the world who can take on this task. He decided not to put too much pressure on his shoulder. The world is vast, and the fact he was the son of destiny does not mean much in the grand scheme of things. More importantly, I should not underestimate this world's Heavenly Tao, Wang Wei thought. The Eternal Ascension World's heavenly Tao has accomplished great things and won't be defeated so easily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1360. Too many purple crystals. Wang Wei looked in the distance thoughtfully. He looked at the karma thread between him and Time Eater. He could tell the latter had a great understanding of karma or, at the very least, knew enough to protect himself very well. This is not over, he sneered. He sent a message to Feng Heng, asking him to send the other 2 Buddhist sages to stay near Time Eater's seal and constantly reinforce it. Although he did not expect this method to increase the seal's strength, it should distract Time Eater, forcing him to waste his time and prevent him from having the time to act against him. Those 2 are not enough. It would be better if there were 4 of them, Wang Wei thought. The following message was to Red Mask, and her target was the Pure Flame Sage. She was to invite him for this task, with promises of reward. And if the latter refuses? Red Mask has the power to do whatever means necessary for him to agree, as long as she doesn't kill him. The last one, Wang Wei thought with a frown. He could not ask Lin Qi or Emperor Kong since these 2 had too much work to do and could not abandon their lineage foundation just to guard a seal. Should I ask the sect? Wang Wei thought about it, but he had a better idea, Ao Shin. He contributed immensely to the revival of the demon race in the lower dimension. Although it was not enough to condense a golden body, it was close enough. If the demon race values him, they should have helped him condense it. The golden body of merit, no matter the level, has many values, and the most important is to help pass the Paragon Tribulation. Ao Shin's talent is enough to be considered a Paragon seed, and having a golden body would increase his chances and positions. The demon race should make such a small investment. Let's contact him and see the result, Wang Wei thought. With all of Ao Shin's achievements, destiny, luck, and the support of the demon clan, his cultivation should also be in the lower levels of the Empyrean realm. As such, he was more than enough to be one of the seal's guardians. Wang Wei sent the message but did not wait for a response since he knew the latter would not return to him so quickly. He flew to the Void Illusion Realm's door and entered. The sight of that welcome was both expected and slightly surprising. Wang Wei saw endless white and emptiness. The description of the Void Illusion Realm from records displayed a vivid world created from spiritual power and illusion. However, this place was more than deserted. After all, this thing has been used for countless Yuan epochs. Wang Wei shook his head. He summoned the Ma clan's luck-condensing artifact, and as expected, a unique magic circle suddenly emanated from it. Wang Wei marveled at transcendent methods. All his methods and knowledge were useless before this power. He also realized that he had wronged Mithria. If not for her holding off most of Supreme Unity's power, Wang Wei would have absolutely no way to fight back. At least, not before he fully becomes a primal and has enough knowledge and experience about transcendence. The magic circle opened a portal to the core of this realm, and Wang Wei immediately salivated. He saw a vast mountain range in a specific corner of this core, with each mountain composed of purple crystals. He recognized these purple crystals as condensed soul energies. Near this mountain range was a vast ocean, and Wang Wei knew this ocean was liquefied soul energy. Such quantity and purity, Wang Wei commented. The quantity was mind-boggling, but the truly valuable aspect of these crystals was how perfectly purified they were. Her accomplishment in the souls is on another level. I guess that makes sense since her main Tao is illusion. Despite his greed, Wang Wei did not rush over rashly. Instead, he slowly approaches. As expected, a formation appeared to block his path. He observed and studied it clearly before shaking his head. Ma Liqiu was not stupid, so she took some precautionary measures to ensure Wang Wei kept his end of the bargain. The protective formation had one purpose: to ensure Wang Wei kept his word. More importantly, it could only be opened by someone with the blood of the Ma clan, and that person must reach the Paragon realm. It's really not easy to take advantage of these old guys that have lived for God knows how long, Wang Wei sighed. Let alone the ones that have already started their transcending path. He shook his head and ignored this formation. He knew that even if he asked the sect's best array masters to try to break this thing, it probably wouldn't work. And even if they found a method, Ma Liqiu probably left a means of self-destruction. However, it did not mean that Wang Wei was out of chess moves. He could control the person who becomes the paragon. He could injure their existence after the latter opens the formation for him, and even send the latter into reincarnation once he has what he wants. However, Wang Wei had an even better way. Willpower is a terrifying power. If I can train the Ma clan paragon to have a frightening amount of willpower, then it will be a question of whether Ma Liqiu can take over their bodies to revive. Even if she can, this approach should be enough to delay her. He now knew how he would train the Ma clan's descendants. When it comes to talent, it's easier to do than expected. Since they are Ma Liqiu's descendants, Wang Wei only needs to awaken their talents for illusion. Although this approach will turn these people into a better vessel for Ma Liqiu, it's still the most efficient way to improve their talents and find someone capable of reaching the Paragon realm. The next step is the Ma clan's luck and destiny. These guys' chi luck is such a pitfall that they might choke while drinking water. However, that is also easy to deal with. After Wang Wei revived the Void Illusion realm, he could nourish their clan's Chi Luck Dragon to restore their family. He must also find or cultivate a guardian for their clan to ensure the people don't squander their clan's Chi Luck and destiny again. Finally, Wang Wei will train these talents' minds and willpower. He will ensure their willpower is always higher than their cultivation and train them to resist body or soul possession. I can also add obsession, Wang Wei thought as he fine-tuned the plan. If the chosen person has a strong will and is obsessed with reviving the Ma clan, these two powers should be enough to cause Ma Liqiu some problems. Wang Wei had no issue with Ma Liqiu and even had a plan on how to treat her. However, things have changed. He needed access to these soul powers as soon as possible, but he did not want her to revive anytime soon, so he could only treat her this way. Now that he knew how to proceed with the Ma clan, Wang Wei focused on the Void Illusion realm. Ma Liqiu did lie as she handed him complete control over this realm. At least Wang Wei could not detect any backdoors, and he did not believe there were none. If his deduction is correct that this realm was her path of transcendence, she would never hand it over to him. Once he gained complete control, rebuilding the Void Illusion realm was the next step. The process was easier than expected since Wang Wei had experience with the dream world. He rebuilt the lower dimension's dream world with a few modifications to tweak things to fit the aesthetic and situation of the upper dimension. However, Wang Wei did immediately open access to cultivators. His current task was to spread the mortal civilization through this thing. Once everything was prepared, Wang Wei sent his people to spread the news worldwide. He also contacted Sage Lin Qi and his association. The latter had way more contacts and connections with mortals, and he also had more trust and prestige among them. Now, all that is left to build as fast as possible, Wang Wei muttered as he looked in the distance. He has access to the mortal civilization's results from the lower dimension, making things easier for the mortals here. However, he also knew that Supreme Unity would not let things proceed smoothly. If nothing unexpected occurs, the next step is a war between mortals and cultivators, Wang Wei analyzed. With the way things are proceeding, this war was inevitable. The cultivators have become crazy because their lifespans are running out, and now that Wang Wei is about to arm the mortals, they will no longer accept their fate as fat sheep that can be easily slaughtered. Once the mortals can hold on by themselves, my next task should be how to reduce Supreme Unity's influence in the world, followed by how to remove that damn lock, Wang Wei thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1361 A Time of Great Opportunity. Emperor Enlightening Academy. Emperor Kong floated in the air, looking at the sky. He watched what happened to these parasites and was now in a strange mood. That battle had a significant effect on the world, and I sense an opportunity, but I cannot quite grasp it. He reviewed everything he had experienced, trying to catch that fleeting thought. Sadly, it eluded him like a thief who roams the night freely. Emperor Kong considered talking to his disciples, but he remembered he had sent them on a critical mission to one of the important branches. In that case, let's meet the teacher. Master Shang stood atop a long tower, looking hazily at the sky or maybe the stars. Was it stargazing? In some ways. After Master Shang was revived and cultivated, he voluntarily fused with the Academy's luck and became the artifact spirit/guardian of the Academy's luck condensing artifact. Emperor Kong was against this, but the latter was adamant. The benefits of this act were numerous. The Academy's luck was condensed beyond the norm, allowing their destiny to prosper at an efficient rate compared to top lineages. The artifact was also better protected, and more importantly, due to its limitations, Master Shang could cultivate luck and destiny Dao without the outlaw trial. Your mind is perturbed, Master Shang said without looking at his proud disciple. I am, Emperor Kong nodded. I feel an opportunity is before me, and I cannot grasp it. Emperor Kong would never doubt his intuition. Most cultivators of his realm would not question their senses or feelings, let alone those of someone like him with great luck and destiny. I was wondering if you had detected something. You're here at the right time, Master Shang declared. The secrets of heaven and earth were momentarily disturbed, allowing me to see a few things. Emperor Kong listened eagerly. Heavenly Dao's reliance on Wang Wei has increased, Master Shang continued. It needs him to continue confronting the Black and White Sunday. It also doesn't want him to be distracted. You mean? Emperor Kong asked with shining eyes. Yes, the moons have become a distraction, Master Shang continued. The destiny to eliminate them has been open to others. Now, their luck is at its weakest, and Heavenly Dao encourages people to take this opportunity to remove these parasites. This is certainly good news, Kong said with a smile before swiftly controlling himself. With destiny on their side, it will be easier to scheme and kill these parasites. However, is it really a good idea to take Wang Wei's destiny? Master Shang looked at him. You're too cautious about matters about him. And it's still not enough, Emperor Kong replied. Master Shang looked him in the eyes and did not say anything more. He has seen Kong grow up, and he has enough trust in him to believe his judgment. You don't need to worry about him, Master Shang continued as he looked at the sky. Heavenly Dao knows what a terrible mistake it would be to ruin their relationship in the current situation. As such, it has already planned to make it up for him. Additionally, some new changes have occurred in the moon's chi luck. Oh, what did you see? It has become extremely easy to plunder their luck, Master Shang continued. As long as you kill them once and force them to lose one of their lives, you can plunder a great deal of their luck and destiny. This is our Academy's chance. We only need to kill one of them once, and the gain will be worth it. I understand, Emperor Kong nodded with shining eyes. He thanked his teacher before leaving. He needed to summon a meeting to discuss the next step. Dao Opening Sect, a meeting of the elders and patriarch. Have you heard the news? Sect Master Yukai asked. What news? An elder who had just appeared asked. He was in isolated training to heal his injuries from the lock and was cut off from the outside. He wouldn't have shown his face if not for this emergency meeting. The parasite's luck and destiny has become easier to plunder, someone explained. That is good news, but is it enough for such a grand meeting? We don't need their luck and destiny. Stupid, think of the implications. What implications? Even if they are all dead, nothing will change with this fucking lock above our head. Yukai sensed a fight was about to occur, so he raised his hand to stop everybody. Today's topic is whether we should intervene more in the outside world. Now that everyone is caught on, let's discuss the pros and cons. The main pro is we can revive the ancestors, and they will finally free us, someone said. The overlords and top lineages had too deep of a foundation. To facilitate their power and control, Time Eater played politics and convinced them to seal most of their top powers and resources, such as paragon artifacts, puppets, and talismans. As such, these lineages desperately need the return of their ancestors to free themselves. The con is the two sons are now more active than ever. With the latter's power, it might be easier for him to stop us from reviving our ancestors. Or even worse, use this opportunity to wipe us out. The room became eerily quiet. How long has it been since their sect has not felt a threat of death? At the top of their power, They were the ones who decided others' life and death, but now, everything was reversed. Grand Elder, what do you think? Yukai asked, looking at the elderly woman in a plain blue robe. As a sect master, Yukai only respected Grand Elder Yen Shui. The sect's political situation was complicated, with countless families and significant suppression of the sectarian faction to prevent the birth of another powerful family. When this era started, and the sect faced a catastrophe, people's first instinct was to choose one of the three ancestral families, Wang, Yen, Th, as their next leader. However, Grand Elder Yen Shui vetoed these people and supported Yukai. She advocated and ensured the latter retained all his rights and power as sect master. Grand Elder Yen Shui had many ways to take power. When the catastrophe started, the remaining paragons in the sect knew their fate, so they chose one person to survive and look after the sect in this upcoming turbulent era. Yen Shui was chosen, and without hesitation, she injured her existence, so her cultivation would drop to the Empyrean realm. With her status and strength, she could have easily taken over. However, she fought to preserve the sect's rules and orthodoxy. Regarding such a major decision, it's best to hear from the ancestor, Yen Shui said. You have a point, Yukai said. Things have reached the point that they may need the opinion and guidance of their ancestors. Yukai agreed, and since Yen Shui was the only one who could contact Yen Hai, the elderly woman left the room and returned a few minutes later. The ancestor said we don't need to do anything, Yen Shui announced. Young Master Wang Wei has taken on the burden, and we only need to wait until he needs or asks for our help. That's it. She also said that if something happens to him, prepare to avenge him no matter the cost. I understand, Yukai nodded. He knew how high Wang Wei's status was in the sect, but he did not expect it to be to this level. However, he was not worried or jealous. He has accomplished his mission as a sect master and has enough luck and merit to become a paragon. So, even if Wang Wei returns and wants his position, he can give it up. Tribal Sacred Mountain, Star Sage Fan Sui looked at the sky, pondering the fate of the demon race. Should we partake in this feast? Or is it too early? She took this question seriously, as it would determine the fate of the demon race. Ao Shin is indeed talented, but he is not ready. Participating in this event has a higher chance of killing him than giving any benefit. But if that is true, where is his opportunity? Star Sage Fan Sui looked at the lock above the heavens briefly before her eyes shifted to the sealed Time Eater. Are you this world's next time nexus? Will the world's next catastrophe originate from you? In that case, we can prepare to participate in that one. She waved her hand to send someone to summon Ao Shin. As Wang Wei predicted, the latter became an Empyrean, but he has not condensed a golden body of merit. Wang Wei slightly underestimates the complicated political situation of the demon race. Did something happen? Fan Sui asked, and Ao Shin was shocked before remembering who this woman was. So, he told her about Wang Wei's message. It's indeed fate, Fan Sui said, but Ao Shin did not understand. In my name, I'll sponsor you for the merit you lack, and you can accept his proposal. A light of wisdom flashed in Ao Shin's eyes. As you wish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1362 A Time of Great Opportunity 2. Tong Ruobing opened her eyes, frowning deeply. She waved her hand, and a communication talisman manifested. She warned the maids not to disturb her in case of an emergency. Nothing should have happened so soon, so why was she contacted? When Tong Ruobing read the message, her frown deepened. Why is she asking for me? Especially with such urgency? She walked out of the room and soon arrived at the entrance. Why are you here? She asked directly, looking at a beautiful young woman in black with a small mole underneath her left eye that elevated her beauty. The elders are looking for you, Sun Xiu replied. Why did they send you? Tong Ruobing asked, raising her guard. She had every reason to guard against the latter's scheme. The Great Talisman City was the only professional faction from the lower dimension that joined the Skill Dao Association and became one of the core figures. Sadly, they have never cultivated a primal paragon, so their status is not the best. But after Tong Ruobing ascended and re-established her foundation, her faction saw hope. They provided her with all the resources and guidance necessary to ensure that she could grow to one day become a primal. Of course, such status and resources are bound to affect someone else, and that's where Sun Xiu comes in. Before Tong Ruobing's ascension, she was the most promising talent in the association to become a primal. Still, after only a little over 10,000 yuan epochs, their status has become the same as they competed for the position of primal seed. It's an emergency, and no one wanted to leave, so they asked me to fetch you, Sun Xiu replied, not hiding her annoyance. Tong Ruobing glanced at her and secretly shook her head. She has great disdain for this woman. The Skill Path Association has enough resources to train more than one primal seeds, but this woman insisted on competing with her and even tried to suppress her after she initially ascended. The chances of someone with such a petty and small mindset becoming a primal is too little. Tong Ruobing even wondered whether this woman could survive the Paragon Tribulation. Lead the way, Tong Ruobing said. The Skill Dao Association was a congregation of mountains similar to the Dao Opening Sect, except they were not floating in the sky. Tong Ruobing's location was one of the 4 primary mountains, symbolizing the 4 main professions: pill, weapon, array, and talismans. She frowned when she realized their destination was Destiny Mountain. The Skill Dao Association accepted people worldwide into their mountains. There is a specific quota, and even other overlords will compete for them. However, Destiny Mountain was unique as it did not cultivate anyone with divination talents. Instead, they were in charge of observing the association's luck, destiny, and future. The two soon reached their destination, and Tong Ruobing was shocked to find out that all the top leaders of the association were present. And once they all glanced at her, she felt suffocated. Luckily, she had also entered the Empyrean realm, and the most powerful people present were in this realm. The current associate president waved his hand to activate an isolated profession, and Tong Ruobing sensed the changes in the environment. This is definitely a paragon array, and it may be more than just one. What exactly is going on? Child, come, said a calm and soothing voice. Elder Chen, Tong Ruobing saluted, looking at the elderly woman with clear eyes and no pupils. Did something happen? The secrets of heaven and earth became chaotic, allowing me to peep at our association's fate without much repercussions, Elder Chen explained in a plain and slow voice. Tong Ruobing did not comment and waited for the latter to explain. I saw an opportunity to break this prison, and you will play a part in it, Elder Chen continued. Are you serious? What can someone like me do in such a situation? Tong Ruobing was puzzled. Although the association did not give access to certain information, she was smart enough to deduce the level of power involved. Thus, she knew how weak she was. My divination cannot be wrong, Elder Chen continued. You will play a part, and the destiny for breaking this lock will bring great fortune to us. Now, I need you to think clearly about whether you have something or experienced something that could help the situation. It's all right if you don't. There is a chance that you haven't encountered it yet. Elder Chen was experienced enough to understand how fate operated, so it's entirely possible that Tong Ruobing hasn't encountered the events that led to her participation. However, it would be best if they knew in advance. That way, they could maximize their benefits. Something that can affect the current situation, Tong Ruobing muttered before something lashed into her eyes. Did you think of something? Elder Chen asked. Tong Ruobing summoned an orb with millions of sealing talismans. This is the blood and aura of a terrifying creature sealed in the lower dimension. This is the only thing I can think about. Can I see? Yes, but please be extra careful. Elder Chen nodded. She knew Tong Ruobing was not the kind of highly cautious type, but she still acted in such a manner that enough is proof of how serious this sealed blood was. So, she slowly lifted the talismans to sense inside. A murmur penetrated deep into Elder Chen's soul, trying to force her to worship some kind of entity. Additionally, she also sensed her soul rapidly being corroded as madness overwhelmed her senses. She reacted swiftly and protected herself. What a terrifying thing, she commented. It wasn't this bad, Tong Ruobing said with a frown. She realized this thing's power had silently increased while she was not paying attention. She shuddered, thinking what would have happened had she opened it while still in the Great Emperor realm. The power level is only on par with the Empyrean realm, Elder Chen commented. But its essence has indeed surpassed the Paragon realm. My prediction wasn't wrong. This thing will be one of the keys to removing the lock. Everyone's eyes looked at that orb with fiery eyes. The world was currently experiencing a catastrophe, meaning there were both dangers and opportunities. If their association could choose the right side and acquire enough destiny, then they can cultivate a few more primal paragons and reach the same level as the Grand Sect Alliance and the Dao Opening Sect among the overlords. Child, can you tell me in detail about how you acquired this thing? Tong Ruobing hesitated briefly before explaining everything that occurred with the abyss gap in the lower dimension. She left some details out, but they were not that important. Wang Wei huh? Elder Chen muttered. It seems the Dao Opening Sect will soon become the leader in the upcoming era. Isn't that expected? The association president uttered. The Grand Sect Alliance is a group forced together, while the four primals of the Dao Opening Sect are basically family. Isn't that why many people tried to suppress their development? Let's not talk about this, Elder Chen continued. She, more than many people, understood that some things were destined. Child, can you lend us this for a while? No problem, Tong Ruobing agreed without hesitation. She knew she had no choice in the current situation, and this thing would probably only be helpful after becoming a primal. Don't worry, we won't take your things without compensation, Elder Chen continued. As a reward, you will be granted the position of primal seed, with all the status and resources. Additionally, you will be the one who carries the destiny from breaking the lock. Elder Chen, the association president said. It's fine to give her the position, but the matter of destiny must be treated with care. Elder Chen calmly looked at him. Haven't you understood? Some things are already destined. Why was she the one with this blood? Why did Wang Wei choose to bear the world's destiny, and why did she have a close connection with him? Everything seems random or coincidental, but it's just fate working its miracle. I understand what you mean, but... The association president continued, unwilling to let such an opportunity pass. We can wait until we can contact the ancestors, but I guarantee they will make the same choice. Then, let's just wait, the president responded with gritted teeth. He knew his talent and that reaching the peak of the Paragon realm was far-fetched. However, he now had a chance to see higher peaks with this upcoming destiny. Elder Chen looked at Sun Xiu and sighed, Little Xiu, why is your mood so chaotic? Sun Xiu was quiet. Our association was one of the overlords. Do you think we don't have the resources to train more than one primal seed? Why are you so small-minded? With such a mindset, how do you expect to carry the Sun Clan's name and glory? The Sun Clan patriarch looked at his daughter with a frown. Their clan is a descendant of the association's primal, meaning they have one of the highest status. Previously, he indulged his daughter since she had some talent, but now he realized she may not be enough to represent the Sun Clan in the upcoming era. It seems I may have to find another heir, he thought. However, thinking about how doting his wife was, he added, Alright, let's give her one more chance. Elder Chan, what should we do now? Our priority is to purify this thing and keep the essence, Elder Chen stated. That is probably the key. But can this thing be purified? When Elder Chen opened the orb, the elders sensed the evil power emanating from it and were not confident. We must try, she replied before suddenly thinking of something. Looking at Tong Ruobing, she asked, Do you want to participate? Me? Elder Chen nodded. No problem, Tong Ruobing replied calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1363 A Time of Great Opportunity 3. No need to read the second paragraph. There is a problem with this chapter. It should have been released before the one called Grand Daos Grand Move, but I wrote the chapter but never published it. I'm also having a problem with fixing this issue with S rules that you cannot delete more than 1,000 words of a published chapter, especially privileged ones. Hopefully, this long introduction fixes the issue. I just tried, and it did not meet the requirements, so I must add more. I'm sorry for this introduction, you don't have to read it. It's one of the requirements for me to fix the issue. Maybe I should have deleted the entire thing and republished it. However, that probably would cause more trouble, and there is the fact it's not fair for the people who already bought the chapter. Alright, this should meet the word counts. Qin Longwei, the supervisor of the Great Chu Divine Dynasty's prison, received a strange request today. A middle-level minister of the agricultural department wished to meet him secretly. At first, he wanted to refuse, but the latter provided him with some information about one of his enemies. Qin Longwei thought this might be an opportunity to take down the latter and maybe even get promoted. When he arrived at his destination, he checked the surroundings to ensure he was not falling into a trap. He felt relieved that the only person present was that small minister. Tell me your news, and don't waste my time, Qin Longwei said directly. Although his department was on the lower end of the dynasty, his rank was still above this little clerk. As such, he did not give the latter much face. Sir, I only want some guarantees, said the clerk with a trembling voice. Tell me your information before we can even negotiate. Sir, if you're not talking, I won't stay here for long, Qin Longwei sneered before walking away. He had already captured the clerk's mindset as soon as he laid eyes on them. As someone who deals with all kinds of criminals and the low lives of the dynasty, he can tell when someone is desperate. So, knowing he had all the advantages, Qin Longwei acted accordingly to ensure maximum benefit. He knew that any time now, this clerk would call him back with more desperation in his voice. Sadly, he overestimated his abilities this time. The small clerk suddenly released a shadow that swallowed Qin Longwei before he could react. He did not scream, nor did his intuition activate. He was swallowed completely. A new Qin Longwei appeared where he previously stood, but his eyes were different. He had lost the cruelty and brutality raised by torturing and killing criminals for countless Yuan epochs. Instead, his eyes were sharp, cunning, and powerful. This transformation lasted only seconds before Qin Longwei returned to his previous self. This new version perfectly captured the former Qin Longwei's aura, personality, facial expression, memories, etc. You can leave and don't let anyone see you. Qin Longwei, no, Paragon Jimin said to the clerk. The two left separately, and Jimin took this opportunity to review Qin Longwei's memories in detail. The prisoners from the hidden layers were taken out, he murmured. I was right. Something is wrong with Shu Ren. When he was the prime minister, Paragon Jimin knew that the hidden layers of the prison contained powerful body refiners or cultivators that could be absorbed to help Shu Ren heal in case of an emergency. Only a few people knew about it, and only the emperor could order people to remove these prisoners. Now that I have confirmed the news, what should my next step be? Paragon Jimin thought. As soon as the Earth Emperor returned, he liquidated the Prime Minister and many other identities Jimin had, forcing him to start over. Luckily, he knew enough about the dynasty to slowly return to the top by stealing the lives of important ministers. If he is given some time and without interference, Jimin is confident he will once again be the Prime Minister, and this time, with his Paragon Realm cultivation, his hiding ability will drastically increase. Jimin looked at the sky when he returned home. His eyes saw the Qi Luck Dragon of Great Chu. The normal eyes cannot see anything different about it, but he can see the instability of the dragon, especially after Wang Wei injured Shu Ren. It has become easier to plunder the luck and destiny of these people, and this might be the fastest way for me to recuperate, Emperor Jimin analyzed. But what should I do once I return to my peak? Take revenge on Wang Wei? No, that's pointless. Although the latter did scheme against him, he indeed saved him. Additionally, Paragon Jimin knew how difficult it would be to kill a master of karma after owing the latter a debt of saving their lives. Not to mention, he has speculated that Wang Wei has Paragon tier strength, hence why Shu Ren was injured. My ambition has always been to use the current chaos to build a powerful faction to prepare for the upcoming era, Paragon Jimin analyzed. By now, the rebellion should only be bones and skin, leaving only a few of my diehard supporters. In that case, I'll need to use my status as the first Paragon to condense my luck and destiny and to rally people into my lineage. Lao Qin, where have you been? Yelled a gruff voice as soon as Qin Longwei entered his house. He recognized it as his voice and yelled, I went to get some fresh air. You didn't go drinking again, did you? I've told you many times not to associate with these scoundrels. The prisons are full of people whose minds have been twisted. Some came to the prison to satisfy their hidden urges, while others became like this after years in that terrible environment. It did not help that the prison had a unique cultivation technique that absorbed baleful auras and negative emotions. Qin Longwei's wife never liked how her husband associated with these people by taking them drinking. No, I haven't, Qin Longwei responded. Let me check. A divine sense descended on the room that scanned his body, especially his mouth and aura, making Paragon Jimin's lips twitch. Good, it seems you've started to listen to me more. Jimin ignored his wife and entered his cultivating room. From Qin Longwei's memories and his experience as a prime minister, he knew the prison supervisor position was not simple. The emperor has absolute power. With one word, he can imprison or kill nobles, high-ranking ministers, or their families. These people cannot do anything to the emperor, but can't they kill a lowly prison supervisor? Before Qin Longwei took office, the Great Chu dynasty often switched supervisors. Qin Longwei successfully stayed in his position for so long because he formed a bond or connection with his officers, forming a tight group that bound their interests and protected each other. His wife is from a middle-tier noble clan, so she looks down on these people, but Qin Longwei knows this is his method of survival. Since I've decided to kill that bastard, I need to make a plan, Paragon Jimin continued once he was alone. But where to start? He reviewed all the information he knew about the dynasty, and his mind finally locked into one person, the third prince, he muttered. Shu Ren seems lucky in this department, so he has given birth to a few children. However, all the princes or princesses in the current dynasty can be said to be mediocre. Only a few have reached the Empyrean, and most are in the early stages of the Great Emperor realm. Of course, everyone knows it's not because of these heirs' talent, but they just stop cultivating out of fear. They all knew that the few of their brothers and sisters who cultivated to the peak of the Empyrean realm disappeared, except for the third prince. He reached that realm long ago, but nothing has happened to him. The discerning eyes could tell that it was not for the lack of trying on the emperor's part. Yet the third prince is alive and well. Although it seems he has little power on the surface, as the prime minister, Jimin once discovered the latter had a terrifying intelligence agency under his control. This man has always been an enigma, and if there is someone who might be willing to work with me to kill Shu Ren, it's him, Jimin analyzed. Alright, it's decided. However, I should be careful when dealing with him. He had long suspected that the third prince intentionally revealed his intelligence agency to test him, and the fact that he did not report this to the emperor showed the former prime minister's character. Jimin exhaled to calm down. Although he had a preliminary plan, he did not want to act immediately. The current situation was dangerous, and Shu Ren was sensitive during this time of weakness. It may reveal his actions if he acts now. Jimin uttered as his vision penetrated this house and glazed at the dynasty's Qi Luck dragon. It became weaker. What happened? Someone was desperately hiding the effects on the dragon, but this could not stop the former paragon. His luck has dissipated immensely, similar to when the emperor experienced death. Could it be? The only explanation was Shu Ren used one of his longevity resources to heal whatever damage he experienced in the previous battle. He's quite resolute, Jimin praised. The situation was ever-changing, so it was wise for Shu Ren to maintain his top fighting shape. As for the loss of his luck, he could still recuperate it with the correct method. Unfortunately for you, this is a chaotic time, and destiny is against you, he sneered. Under standard times, Shu Ren could indeed recuperate his luck and destiny. But now, he was nothing but a fat pig that had caught the entire world's attention. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1364 Heavenly Daos Grand Move, Unedited Chapter. There is a missing chapter labeled A Great Time of Opportunity, 3. It should have been released yesterday, but I made an error and did not push the publish button. Go read it since there is some vital information. Wang Wei sat cross-legged before countless mortals, with 369 billion of them chosen as the leader and imbued with great destiny by Wang Wei and Heavenly Tao. This number sounds large, but considering the unfathomable number of mortals in the Eternal Ascension world, that number meant nothing. Fortunately, Wang Wei went with quality over quantity. These leaders are intelligent enough to inherit all the knowledge of the mortal civilization and have the political and tactical minds to lead their minds. Additionally, Wang Wei knew what was coming, so after teaching them the knowledge, he also trained them through simulation on how to fight against cultivators. Your training is completed, Wang Wei said. 6 months have passed outside, but these people have experienced more than a dozen years of learning and training. The destiny of your species is in your hands, Wang Wei continued. Although many cultivators will provide aid, ultimately, you must rely on yourselves. We understand, enlightened sage, they responded in unison. Wang Wei nodded. Although he did not ask them to call him as such, his actions are worthy of such a title. Now go. Sir, will we see you again? Asked one of the female leaders. If fate wills it, we will, Wang Wei replied. He waved his hand, and everyone's mind returned to their bodies. He sighed to himself. Mortals are nothing in the grand scheme of things. They are at the bottom of the hierarchical chain, and yet, the future and destiny of the Eternal Ascension world has to rely on them to ensure it has a future. Wang Wei shook his head to regain his focus, and he muttered under his breath, the seeds have been planted. Now, we only need guardians to ensure they can bloom into beautiful flowers without any hindrance. He did not hesitate to contact Feng Heng and Sage Lin Qi. The three spent the next few hours discussing how to protect these mortals while they build their civilization and how to spread their accomplishments better. Once they had a concrete plan, Wang Wei forwarded it to a few allies, including his ancestor and the sect and Emperor Kong and Sun Junyao. He did not know whether the latter would participate but still sent the news. I think I can do more, Wang Wei pondered. He sent messages to all the people he had connections to in the lower dimension, especially the ones who participated in his banquet. He did not talk to these people or ask them to repay the favor they owed him. Instead, he spoke of the benefits of doing so, including future merit and the blessing of luck and destiny. He was forthright about the mortal civilization since he knew it couldn't remain a secret with supreme unity around. Of course, Wang Wei did not expect most of them to act, mainly because Heavenly Tao's current merit system was malfunctioning, but as long as 10% of these people caught the bait and involved the factions behind them, then the mortals' chances at survival in this catastrophe will drastically increase. He created a clone to watch the void illusion realm before finally leaving. Something is wrong? What's wrong with my destiny? And the world? Wang Wei has been so focused on the Heaven's secret crystal and the establishment of the mortal civilization that he did not notice the subtle changes between heaven and earth. Now that he was free, he immediately noticed something. It's so easy to plunder these parasites' destiny, Wang Wei muttered. Additionally, the burden of dealing with them has been diverted to others. Wang Wei floated in the void, observing the destiny of the world with a frown. So, that's how it is? I was just thinking how such a capable Heavenly Tao like yourself could fail so miserably, he smiled. The three-way battle between the Sun's vessels and Heavenly Tao was more successful than he analyzed. Heavenly Tao opened the secrets and destiny of the world to everyone, thus creating countless small chess players in this game that will define the world's fate. It's indeed a brilliant move. This world is full of talents, so why not use them? Why not create more variables to give it a chance at surviving? Wang Wei analyzed. More importantly, these small chess players can lessen the burden on my shoulders, and I will not lose much since Heavenly Tao will repay me even more. A brilliant smile appeared on Wang Wei's face. It's been 6 months and the world is too quiet, these new chess players are too conservative. Where is their passion as young people? In that case, let's send them a signal to hurry up. Additionally, these parasites should be distracted to prevent them from hindering the mortal civilizations. Wang Wei thought of all the parasites, choosing his next target as if he were shopping for shoes. Let's see. I don't need to do much for the fight between Undead Phoenix and Five Feathers, and any new actions might make them more reserved in their actions. Seven Cauldron is a vessel that cannot be touched easily, so it only leaves Shu Ren, the Earth Emperor. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a string of fate and gently plucked it. He looked at his work and smiled before teleporting away. Great Chu Divine Dynasty, Supreme Yin Palace. All the ministers stood before the throne with their heads lowered. Things have not been going well for them ever since the emperor returned. Forget how they had so much power and wealth when the emperor was not here, but he's been moody and aggressive ever since the latter's return. There have been times when he acted like this before, but not to such a level, nor did it last for so long. Today, the emperor discovered major corruption in the Treasury Department, and everyone was scared. After all, not a single minister present in this room can confidently say that their ass was clean. With all the chaos and the emperor's absence, isn't it normal for them to take some resources secretly? So, don't you have anything to say? Shu Ren asked while releasing his aura. He knew his ministers were corrupted. In fact, he encouraged them since, when necessary, he could use this to control or eliminate them. However, he could not tolerate how these people took so much that he could not find the resources he needed to at least temporarily seal the terrifying curse or whatever from Wang Wei's technique. "Your Majesty, I have something to offer you," said someone. Although the person spoke without pause, anyone could detect the subtle fluctuations in their voice. Shu Ren calmly looked at the Minister of Right, a middle-aged woman who could be described as plump, but that did not hide the subtle beauty in her face. Shu Ren chuckled, but no one detected any joy or positive emotions from him, only endless killing intent. It was common for these subordinates to offer rare treasures or gifts to their superiors and even the emperors, but was it really the time for this? Many people felt that this Minister of Right had been dealing too much with the Taoist and Buddhist priests and had her brain rotten. Taoism and Buddhism are both the official religions of the Great Chu dynasty. However, a small minority believes this was a desperate act to save herself. "You better choose your next few words very carefully," Shu Ren warned. The Minister of Right, also known as Lady Ren, swiftly summoned an ice coffin containing a body. Such a beautiful woman. That was everybody's first thought, followed by what Shu Ren said next. "Is that Sun Junyao?" the Earth Emperor asked in shock before realizing what he saw. "No, it's not her. This person also has the essence of perfection, but not nearly on Sun Junyao's level." "Your Majesty is wise and has great vision," Lady Ren swiftly said. Shu Ren looked at the sleeping woman whose beauty was accentuated by the ice and cold surrounding her. A hint of desire flashed in his eyes, but he swiftly controlled himself. He calmly looked at Lady Ren, his eyes cold and indifferent. "Do you think this is an appropriate gift?" Lady Ren started sweating as the aura pressure got to her. Her mind went on overdrive as she swiftly responded, "Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. She is just the work of some fool studying perfection. I've found her during one of my fortune encounters, and I can hand over the place for His Majesty to investigate. Additionally, Your Majesty can control every aspect of this woman. You can place as many secret restrictions on her and control everything she does, including her meal. You can even check and change her memories as you see fit." Lady Ren did not know what she was saying. All she knew was that she spewed everything she could think of to appease the Emperor's suspicions. You have a point, but this Emperor is not such a person," Shu Ren responded, smiling slightly and removing his aura. "However, I should be cautious and double-check." He snapped his finger, and someone floated from his shadow. "You know what to do, right?" "Yes, my lord." "Good," Shu Ren nodded, looking at the beautiful woman. Then he waved his hand to put her away. "What about the corruption case?" the shadow asked. Shu Ren looked at these people. As long as they can repay most of the stolen money. And if they can't? If they can only pay 60% or more, send them to prison until I'm in a better mood and I remember them, Shu Ren continued. If it's less than 50%, add a weekly dose of torture, and if less than 20%, just kill them. Many ministers' bodies trembled. Many already used those resources to gain personal strength or more political and military power in the dynasty. Some have wasted it on pleasures and such. The only person who felt relief was Lady Ren. Although the Emperor did not say anything explicitly, it's apparent that he liked her gift. As you wish, the shadow replied before disappearing. Shu Ren took one last look at these people and sneered before leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1365 Shu Shu, how is it? Shu Ren asked, looking at the shadow kneeling before him. I have investigated it clearly. She is the product of a genius from the Golden Generation called the Moon Knight Paragon. According to records, he once saw a perfect woman during an eclipse and has been pursuing the path of perfection since then. And you're sure such a person exists? There are many records of his existence, and the Minister of Right is not the only person who has found one of his experiments since his disappearance. Shu Ren was quiet, with his index finger tapping on his arm rest. Did you find any anomaly inside that secret realm? Not as far as I can detect, hence why I brought it with me so you can check, if you wish. Shu Ren hesitated briefly before summoning a puppet of the same realm. He linked his visions to the object before sending it inside. The puppet had a powerful divine sense, allowing it to check for the unknown. More importantly, it served as a proxy in case something was wrong. As long as Shu Ren was careful, he would have plenty of time to protect himself or escape while the puppet was being eradicated or influenced. He was careful and spent a few hours searching, but this was an ordinary secret realm that served as a laboratory. The only things worth noticing were how old it was and the faint aura of perfection remaining around. Shadow, tell me your honest opinion. Do you think someone is plotting against me? Shadow pondered briefly. In the current era, there is only one person with enough knowledge and ability to pull such a scheme, and that's Sun Junyao. However, after killing the blood dragon, she has no motive or capability to pull another stunt like that again. She has plenty of motive, Shu Ren sneered. His words plunged the room into momentary silence for a few seconds. Then he continued, what about Wang Wei? Shadow was silent. Speak. Shadow no longer hesitated. There has been no evidence that Wang Wei has such a great understanding of perfection, and granted that it's not his Dao, the only way for him to scheme something like that would be for him to team up with Sun Junyao. Don't beat around the bush and state your opinion. If this is Wang Wei's scheme, I cannot think of the latter's objective, Shadow explained. Not to be rude, but this unfinished product does not have Sun Junyao's charm, so what would be the plan of using her as bait? And even if she was, Lord, you are not as weak-willed as the lustful dragon, so the same plan would not work. Maybe this is just a distraction, Shu Ren said with squinting eyes. Instead of focusing on her, our eyes should be elsewhere, for example, Lady Ren. No, she's too obvious, so most likely a pawn. Shu Ren felt he was into something. The perfect woman was a distraction, and Wang Wei's attack was coming somewhere else. There is another possibility we may have overlooked, Shadow suddenly said. Oh, her creator. The Moon Knight Paragon? Shu Ren asked with a frown. Are you suggesting he's alive and might want his test subject back? That's right. He might not allow anyone to touch her if he values her. That's a little far-fetched, Shu Ren disagreed. He's been missing for heaven knows how long, and even if he's alive, he won't be in the eternal ascension world, and as you know, it's impossible to return here in the current climate. Unless he's achieved the same realm as the two suns. That's even more absurd, Shu Ren replied before pausing. Do we have any records of him entering the ultimate taboo? He has long disappeared before the ultimate taboo, Shadow replied, and Shu Ren almost sighed in relief. But that doesn't rule out that he entered from other worlds. Indeed, Shu Ren acknowledged before thinking deeply. I still think your idea is too far-fetched and has too many loopholes. If Wang Wei wanted to use such a person to eliminate me, he would have to know in advance that the Moon Knight Paragon has reached such a realm, and he would also have to understand that this frozen woman was significant to him. Unless he's not the one responsible, Shadow responded. If not him, who else? Are you saying this is a plot from one of those 5? Time Eater, to be specific, Shadow continued his analysis. You should know that he has a much better information network involving affairs in foreign chaos worlds, so it's not impossible for him to hear the news about Moon Knight Paragon. Furthermore, we know that he's not the type to remain subordinate, so what is the best way, in this current situation, for him to retain his autonomy and as much power as possible? Make the world chaotic by distracting the two sons from paying attention to him. There is no better way for him to succeed than to introduce another powerhouse on their level. Shu Ren frowned. Assuming you're right, what role do I play in this grand scheme? Hasn't he always wanted all the world's luck and destiny for himself? Shadow stated. According to his original plan, he would choose people on the Moon Council that he could easily control and deal with, and when the time was right, he would eliminate them and take all their luck and destiny. Shu Ren had to admit that Shadow's analysis made sense. If Time Eater's plan succeeded, he would have killed two birds with one stone by diverting the two sons' attention and killing him in the process. An intense killing intent flashed in his eyes before dissipating. What do you suggest we do? Shadow did not immediately reply. Sir, the simplest way to solve this issue is to put the woman away. Whether this is a scheme or not, we will have no problem as long as she's no longer our problem. Your approach is too conservative, Shu Ren immediately answered. Plus, wouldn't I be telling the world that I fear either Wang Wei or Time Eater if I sent her away? Sir, Shu Ren raised his hand to stop him. Your analysis is sound and impeccable on paper, but there are still many flaws. For example, why hasn't the Moon Knight Emperor returned to the Eternal Ascension world after his cultivation success? Did something happen to him? Did he abandon his home after achieving such a level of power? Shu Ren's body on the throne suddenly relaxed. Achieving that cultivation realm is not as simple as you imagine. Additionally, we know that there are others in the Chaos Universe, but none have ever entered the Eternal Ascension world despite many wanting to. Shadow was quiet. His lord had a point, but he also knew that these points were nothing but excuses. Ultimately, he kept the woman out of pride and lust. Maybe he's not so different from the dragon, after all. The only difference is he's arrogant enough to think he can see through any scheme and deal with it. In that case, sir, what do you need me to do? Keep an eye out for Wang Wei and Time Eater's actions, he ordered. Shu Ren wanted to be vigilant and prepare in case something went wrong. As you wish. Shadow disappeared, and the Emperor summoned the frozen woman. He pointed at her, and countless formations manifested in the void before entering her body. With this method, he could secretly control her life and death and monitor her mood, expression, and even thoughts. As for her memories, Shu Ren did not touch them until he discovered they mainly consisted of a middle-aged man with a cold expression experimenting with her by using countless formations. Shu Ren took a moment to check his work before finally opening the coffin. The woman looked beautiful, even though she was not completely perfect. On the contrary, such an imperfection added some points to her overall charm. I couldn't have Sun Junyao, but I can have her. Better yet, I may be able to cultivate my own Sun Junyao, Shu Ren thought with shining eyes. The frozen woman's eyelid trembled before opening. She looked at Shu Ren with her pure eyes and frowned. You're not my creator. Or you? Creator? Who is that? Shu Ren said. One of my ministers found you inside a secret realm. You were the only one there. The woman immediately became quiet as a somber aura emanated from her body. It was so intense that it even affected Shu Ren for a few seconds. Truly worthy of a perfect creature, the Earth Emperor thought. Is something wrong? He asked. It seems I was a failure and father. The somber atmosphere intensified, but Shu Ren was no longer affected. I'm sorry that happened to you, he said in the most sincere voice possible. If you wish, I can help you search for your father. My dynasty is one of the biggest in the world, and I can monopolize a great deal of power. You're a ruler? That's right, Shu Ren responded with a smile. You do have a regal bearing, the woman nodded. However, there is no need. Since I could not meet father's expectations, there is no point in seeing him again. I see, Shu Ren nodded. Oh, how rude of me. What do I call you? I don't have a name. That's not good. We need a way to identify and address you. How about I give you one? Let's see. Shu Ren did not wait for her to give her permission. The first thing I saw about you was your pure eyes, so let's use Shu for purity. We have some destiny, so it'll allow you to use the royal name. In that case, you'll be named Shu Shu. Shu Shu, the woman muttered. She did not focus on Shu Ren's rude behavior, as her mind was only focused on the fact that she now had a name. It's lovely, I like it. From now on, it'll be Shu Shu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1366 Declaring War. Wang Wei returned home and summoned his team. Everybody soon arrived except for Monk. What happened? Is he in retreat? He has returned to the clan, Dulgun quickly explained. I stay here so I can relay his message. He apologized for the sudden departure, but he had good reason. He's planning on taking down one of the moons, but that requires him to return home. Oh, can you elaborate more? You sound very confident? I apologize, but I cannot say anything more since it involves secrets of our barbarian clan, Dulgun replied. Wang Wei was intrigued, but he did not ask any more questions. Instead, he took a moment to analyze the information he knew about the barbarian clan and remembered certain rumors he had read about in Wu Hong's library. Could it be that ceremony? Interesting. He did not mind Monk's actions as long the latter could succeed. Wang Wei had to agree with Heavenly Dao's approach since he was starting to feel overwhelmed with all the things he had to do. So, now more than ever, he was glad he had people to help alleviate the workload and pressure. Well, that's fine, he said. Anything to report? There is nothing significant except that the fate-changing hall has shown signs of collapsing, Wang Qi reported. As you know, these people joined because they needed an outlet to get resources. But now, these resources are useless since they cannot be cultivated. Our non-immortal members are still active since they want to exchange for longevity resources to extend their lifespan, but the immortal members could not care more. A while ago, there was a craze of hoarding resources, but after a brief period, it has become quiet and desolate. Wang Wei groaned. The operational model of the fate-changing hall was flawed from the beginning, operating on a pure reward basis, similar to mercenaries. Now that the rewards and benefits were useless, these people, who had no loyalty except to themselves, will not work for Wang Wei anymore. Although cultivation was impossible, fighting techniques are still valuable. We could use that to placate them temporarily, Wang Wei suggested. Dulgun had the same idea, and she even provided access to Monk's pagoda, Wang Qi replied. Quite a few people were tempted to learn new fighting techniques to increase their strength, but they are not so desperate compared to before. It is still challenging to mobilize their powers compared to before. Well, it's good enough that we can still use them, Wang Wei stopped as he frowned. No, I overlooked something. He instantly became serious. The light of wisdom flashed in his eyes as something dawned on him. The people from the fate-changing hall are directly linked to me. Most of them even have my spirit particles in their souls, meaning they can be used against me. His face turned seriously as soon as he uttered these words. Then, Wang Wei fully displayed his quality as a Dao overlord. He ruthlessly and without a single hesitation ordered his spirit particles and the backup he put on these people to kill all of them. He did not spare anyone, including the few talents he had previously recruited or had his eyes on. With this single order, he killed countless loose cultivators, but Wang Wei did not care. He did not want to take risks with an opponent such as Supreme Unity, so he even wiped out his spirit particles, intending to condense new ones. He suddenly sensed something. It seems I made the right choice. He just realized a few people survived his attack. How could ordinary loose cultivators survive his method? There must be something wrong with these survivors. Lord, Wang Qi asked with a pale expression. He was the fate-exchanging hall liaison, so he noticed it when so many people died. He also knew the source, but he did not understand why. We are facing a terrifying enemy, and no amount of caution is enough, Wang Wei replied calmly. His eyes and tone were cold or indifferent, just calm, as if he had something as simple as sipping tea instead of killing millions of cultivators. But did we have to kill all of them? My power is not enough to determine who has a problem or not, so this is the simplest, most direct and most effective approach. Wang Wei also felt some pain. The hall was one of his ways to build his team so that he had some power before returning to the sect. He did not want to play politics, and having Paragon strength and his own team would make incorporating into the sect much easier. However, he had to sacrifice them. Wang Wei then turned his eyes to his current team. He saw fear in the eyes of people like the Flesh Demon, and he understood their mindset. Unlike Monk and his wife, these people were controlled by him, meaning they could also be killed instantly once they became a liability. I know what you're thinking and feeling, and I also know that you won't feel secure no matter what I say, Wang Wei said to the team. But I still must say it. I am not cruel, but I will be due to the circumstances. So, try to act less suspiciously from now on. No, better yet, from now on, all meetings will occur with a projection while I'm hiding somewhere else. Patriarch, is this really necessary? Wang Ji asked. This is not about trust, Wang Wei said, already guessing what he's thinking. We are dealing with powers beyond our very understanding, so this level of precaution is the bare minimum. Wang Wei turned to Dulgun. Do you have an opinion on my approach? No problem, she answered truthfully. She admired his decisiveness and ruthlessness, feeling much she and Monk could learn from. Wang Wei nodded after detecting she was not telling the truth. I have a mission for you guys, Wang Wei continued. You need to help protect these mortal civilizations from any accident. He distributed a map to everyone. Dulgun, you can contact your clan to see if they can help. No problem. One more thing, Wang Wei said. He raised his hand and reduced the cause and effects between him and this team. Just like how the hall's members can be used against him, it's the same for the people he controlled, so he needed to take precautions. Although he did not know how effective such an approach was, it was better than nothing. Everyone felt a slight weight lifted from their shoulders. Most did not know what just happened, but the ones who did not explain, and Wang Wei was not about to either. After all, he could be accidentally revealing information to the enemy. All right, everyone is dismissed except for Red Mask, Wang Wei ordered, and once he was left alone with his shadow, he handed her 2 talismans. I need you to monitor and even capture these people. Use your best judgment for what to do. Wang Wei was interested in the people who survived. He knew they did not do so with longevity resources since his spirit particle should have remained in their souls once they revived. The second talisman contained the location of the Tao imprints of all the emperors and empyreans from the hall. Create a team to eradicate these people. Wang Wei did not think these people would be able to grow to the point that they could avenge him, but he would not leave such an obvious flaw for someone with a destiny to grow and come back. I understand, Red Mask nodded. Wang Wei dismissed her, taking this moment to think. What happened with the fate-changing hall is more than enough proof for him that his paranoia was warranted. He cannot directly detect the means of transcendence. He can only rely on his deduction and cautious nature. I need a new hiding place, Wang Wei thought. He was not joking when he said he would only attend future meetings using a projection. Swish. Red Mask suddenly appeared in the room, and a terrifying power immediately pressed her to the ground, followed by a frightening killing intent locked on her before disappearing. I almost killed you, Wang Wei said as he removed his methods and stopped his attack. He also realized his nerves were too tense. Sorry about that. Did something happen? Red Mask took a moment to regain her bearing. She knew how strong her lord was. After all, she had borrowed his power a few times in some missions, so she knew, especially after his recent retreat. However, it was a different experience from using that power to its full force being directed toward her. Wang Wei felt the dread in her soul and waved his hand to release a subtle soul power that soothes her spirit. I'm fine, sir, Red Mask said slowly. What is the emergency that made you return unannounced? War, she replied. Someone has declared war. Who? It's. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1367 War. 5 Feathers sat lazily on her throne, with all her subjects patiently waiting for her. She looked normal, but that's only because she was only using a projection, She still refuses anyone to meet her true self. Ambassador Blue Phoenix has returned, someone announced in the meeting. Five Feathers' demeanor changed after hearing these words. Bring her in, she ordered. A woman dressed in all black with blue hair walked into the meeting room. She had a cold and indifferent facial expression, and a chill emanated from her body as if she were not a person but a million-year-old ice block. Well? Five Feathers asked in annoyance. She had never been able to read Blue Phoenix's facial expressions since it's always the same. Usually, she found this fact intriguing since it was boring to always know what your subordinate thinks, but today she was only annoyed. Unfortunately, her excitement would not affect Blue Phoenix's eternally frozen face. He refused, Blue Phoenix answered calmly. Damn it, Five Feathers roared, releasing a terrifying aura that scared everybody present. Why did he refuse? Blue Phoenix was one of the few who remained unaffected and answered. He said that seeing you suffer is the best reward. No matter what you offer, he will not give you the cure. Five Feathers clenched her fist. A part of her expected this answer from that bastard undead phoenix, but she did not expect after lowering her head and offering such a high price, he still refused. Does he think she was a soft persimmon? Good, undead phoenix, she said with gritted teeth before calming down. There was still hope. Five Feathers looked at these people. How is the Red Phoenix's situation? She said it would take a few days to get an answer. A few days? I can still wait, Five Feathers said calmly before her eyes shifted to a small group in the room. This group was an anomaly in this meeting because everyone had a peaceful aura, and their eyes contained the light of wisdom. Anyone who saw them could tell they were scholars who spent most of their time reading books and comprehending scriptures. Have you found anything? Five Feathers asked. Your Majesty, we've combed through all the records, and the solution we gave you was the only one we could think of. In other words, you're useless, Five Feathers said with gritted teeth. She could no longer hide her curse since she noticed her strength was weakening and the suffering was intensifying. So, she contacted these people to find a solution, but their answer was a bunch of nonsense. According to them, this curse was a curse of destiny and a curse of sin, cast by a paragon that held tremendous destiny and importance to the world. So, if she wants to remove it, besides the original cure, she would need the help of at least 4 sages and have them pardon her sins. The scholarly group lowered their heads while Five Feathers looked at them with killing intent. Ultimately, she did not eliminate them. The world's situation was chaotic, and it was unwise to eradicate a group of knowledgeable people. So, she closed her eyes and waited for a few days until Red Phoenix returned. Everyone waited quietly. Typically, these people with powerful cultivation could still stand for years, but under the natural pressure emanating from Five Feathers' volatile mood, many people started sweating after a few hours. Some people had to secretly take a few pills to last for the entire 5 days. Then, these ministers heard the greatest sound in the world. Ambassador Red Phoenix has returned. The result? Five Feathers asked, her expression and eyes extremely cold. The Lord said there is nothing she can do, no matter the price offered. Is that so? Five Feathers answered, her voice still unforgettably calm. We surrendered to you and followed your orders, but you cannot help us in our time of need? Her eyes glow red, an indication of her madness. Now that she had the last hope of using power beyond the Paragon realm to remove that curse forcefully, Five Feathers had lost her last strand of reason. Summon all the Color Phoenix commanders and mobilize all our military forces, Five Feathers suddenly announced. Since he doesn't want to give it to me, I'll take it from his corpse. She stood up from her throne before dispersing. A few seconds later, a new Five Feathers appeared, but her expression was pale, and she had weird tattoos on her neck and arms. She looked at the group of scholars. Is there a way to temporarily seal this curse to prevent it from affecting my strength? The scholars looked at each other and swiftly communicated with each other. Then an elderly woman, who seemed quite influential among them, stepped up to speak. If you only want to seal it temporarily, there are 2 ways we can think of. However, she stopped and did not continue. Speak. Five Feathers ordered. The first way is to do goods and gather merit. Heaven and earth think you are the ultimate sinner, believing you killed Paragon Jimin, who was the embodiment of hope for this era. If you do enough good, you can be forgiven, and the curse will be lifted. How much good are we talking about? And how long will this method take? The elderly scholar did answer, but her silence was more than enough. Tell me the second method. The scholar hesitated again, but she swiftly explained when she saw the impatience in Five Feathers' eyes. The second approach is to do the opposite and follow a path of extreme. What do you mean? Be more straightforward. There is a devil cultivator's technique called the body of sin, the scholar explained. By cultivating it, you can absorb the curse and use it for your power. Five Feathers' eyes shone brilliantly, and after seeing this, the scholar quickly explained, this method is similar to drinking poison to cure a poison. Five Feathers calmed down. Explain. This method can indeed achieve what you want, but their curse will eventually backlash with even more force. Your Majesty can continue to absorb more sins to delay the backlash, which will only increase its potency. Eventually, this method will not be able to delay it again, and by then, I'm afraid the backlash will instantly wipe you out, Your Majesty. Is that so? Five Feathers muttered. No one could tell what she was thinking. There is still some hope, another scholar said as he stepped to the front. The world has changed, making it easier to absorb others' destiny. If Your Majesty can eliminate Undead Phoenix and take his destiny and luck, you can use it to delay the backlash for an extended period to find another solution. So, what you're saying is that this war is my only choice at surviving, Five Feathers said with a cruel smile. Excellent. Let's start. Where is the body of sin? Since you mention it, I assume we have a copy? Yes. Let's begin. Wang Wei read the information about this war. It was very sudden. Five Feathers seemed to have become crazy and rallied all her troops and started fighting the core territory of Undead Phoenix. A war? I expected them to fight, but not a direct war, Wang Wei thought with a frown. These people are technically Supreme Unity's subordinates, so Wang Wei figured they could fight between themselves but not to the point of destabilizing the entire situation. Maybe she's doing it on purpose, Red Mask said. Oh. We have received news that one of the Color Phoenix commanders visited Seven Cauldron. Five Feathers probably wanted to use her power as a vessel to cleanse the curse. Are you saying after she failed, she used this war to attract his attention and asked them to remove the curse? Red Mask nodded. You may have a point, but I have a bad feeling about this war, Wang Wei said. He trusted his intuition, so there must be a reason he was feeling that way. Anyway, this war is our advantage. The mortals need time to grow, and this is a great distraction. We can also take this opportunity to save the mortals leaving in these two's territories. This is also an opportunity for us to infiltrate their ranks, Red Mask added. Many people die or disappear during a war, making it the perfect time for the Fate Shadow Guards to replace the enemy's people and infiltrate their ranks. You know what to do, so I won't comment much, Wang Wei nodded. However, don't forget to keep an eye on the others. I need to know as soon as one of them intends to participate in this war or muddy the pie for their advantage. As you wish. Red Mask disappeared, and Wang Wei sent a message to the team to continue their work of helping the mortals. Then he left the Dao burial ground to watch this war's development. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1368. The Anomaly. Wang Wei was not the only one paying attention to this war. The entire world tuned in. Five Feathers' madness meant the war spread quickly and widely in just a few months. So, everyone watched and waited patiently. Wang Wei sat cross-legged on some unknown dimension that was surrounded by countless ceiling arrays and a potent heaven-deceiving array. A mirror floated before him as he watched the commander battle between the two sides. On one side was Five Feathers' 5 phoenixes, white, red, blue, yellow, and green. Opposite them were Undead Phoenix's 5 undead kings, Purple Zombie King, Gold Banshee Queen, Silver Evil Spirit Sovereign, Black Soul Sucking Tyrant, and the Iron Bone Dragon Monarch. All these 10 people were peak Emperors, with a few even being everlasting Empyreans, meaning they were the peak power level in this war besides their leaders. Something is indeed wrong, Wang Wei thought. He noticed that the undead kings used their pseudo-immortality, they can't die due to their connection with the undead phoenix, to fight like madmen who did not care for their injuries. Additionally, as undead, they did not feel or know fear or pain in the first place. Undead Phoenix seems worried about Five Feathers' sudden change in how she did things, so he used his men to test her out, Wang Wei analyzed. He wants to kill one of the color phoenixes as soon as possible to tip the top powerhouse battle on his side. If one of the phoenixes dies, one undead king will be free to slaughter the enemy's army or legion. By then, Five Feathers would have no choice but to find another way to stop the undead king or intervene herself. However, the phoenix seems to choose a more defensive way of fighting, Wang Wei continued. It's almost as if they are stalling for time. Are they waiting for backup? Or is Five Feathers planning something major? Wang Wei thought about it before sending orders to Red Mask. He wanted her to focus all her time on finding Five Feathers' location. Then Wang Wei changed the location of his dimension, just in case. His eyes then shifted to one of the phoenixes, White Phoenix. Years ago, I planted something on her to use as a chess piece. Should I activate it now? Wang Wei hesitated. He put that mark on her a long time ago, and he feared it may have been discovered. It's worth the risk, Wang Wei thought. He still remembered the bad feeling he had about this war. Wang Wei observed White Phoenix and waited until the battle reached the most intense and activated the particle. He forcefully invaded her sea of consciousness, activating the restrictions placed on her soul and memories. Wang Wei did not care and destroyed the limits, leaving cracks all over her sea of consciousness. He then focused on gathering information from the last few months. Damn it, all of those are useless, Wang Wei thought as he hurriedly gathered as many memory pieces as possible until he found fragments of what he wanted. Scholar, Tree Curse, Body of Sin. Wang Wei felt he was so close to the truth and a little bit more, he could see the entire picture. However, his rationale took over. He knew the consequences of letting greed dictate his actions. So, he stopped himself and eliminated the spirit particle before expeditiously changing the coordinates of his residing dimensions. Why do I feel I just escaped a disaster? Wang Wei muttered. He trusted his feelings, so he knew there must be a reason. He suddenly thought of something, so he sent a projection to the previous locale while changing his coordinate for the third time. What did he see? Nothing except an endless void. A terrifying power had annihilated the previous coordinate of his dimension, leaving only an infinite void. The projection looked in the distance and saw 7 cauldron floating above, looking at him indifferently. I see. It seems I have become enough of a nuisance that you want to eradicate me personally, Wang Wei chuckled. I guess I should be proud. You lowly rat. Let's see how long you can hide, 7 cauldron. No, Supreme Unity said. Haven't you heard the saying? Good people die young, while terrible people live 1,000 years. I'm a disaster, so I guarantee you'll live long enough until I'm capable of ripping your spine from your body. Keep testing my patient and see what will happen, Supreme Unity said calmly. I can still overthrow this chessboard by killing everybody, including your sect and loved ones. Why don't you say these words to her? Wang Wei's projection pointed to the east, and as expected, Feng Heng, with glowing golden eyes, showed himself. The two glanced at each other briefly before Supreme Unity disappeared after snorting coldly. Mithriya then focused on Wang Wei. I know you're disappointed in me with how weak my response has been to the current situation. Not really, Wang Wei said. At first, he did blame her, but as time passed and he understood how scary transcendents are, he realized that he was only alive because Mithriya occupied Supreme Unity's 9,999% strength. There is an explanation for this, Mithriya continued, not elaborating whether she believed his words or not. Firstly, I have to admit that I underestimated how much control he had over this world. In terms of scheming, I am indeed not as good as him. Mithriya has long realized she had an antagonized fate with Taoism. All her greatest trials and tribulations originated from them. The real reason, though, is because I'm distracted, Maitreya continued. I noticed an anomaly with our world's branch of the River of Time and have been investigating. Is it an emergency? Yes, Maitreya nodded. My intuition tells me that if I don't find the cause of the anomaly, something terrible will happen. Wang Wei frowned. When you say terrible, on what scale are you operating with? I'm afraid that even someone only level will be affected, maybe even die. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Fate seems to have forgotten that he was only a little Empyrean, so why was it given its problems on the level of transcendence? Could his life have been too smooth, and someone felt he needed more challenges? My time is up, Maitreya said as she looked in the distance. You need to keep an eye on Time Eater, he's more dangerous than you realize. Is he responsible for the anomaly? Wang Wei asked swiftly. No, but although there is no proof, I feel he is involved somehow, Maitreya said while sighing. She wanted to kill Time Eater as soon as she felt the anomaly, but Supreme Unity stopped her. All right, Wang Wei nodded. The glow in Feng Heng's eyes disappeared, and he regained clarity. He looked at his surroundings until he saw Wang Wei. He bowed politely to the other before returning to the sect. What a mess, Wang Wei said as he opened his eyes after canceling the projection. He sighed and waited. He again contacted Red Mask, telling her to find 5 feathers as soon as possible. After the hint he found from White Phoenix's memories, Wang Wei had an inkling of what 5 feathers was going to do, and he hoped he was wrong. A few days later, he sent another projection because Red Mask contacted him. What did you find? We discovered something in the Grand Nirvana world, Red Mask reported. Grand Nirvana world? If I remember correctly, it used to be called the Life Tree Domain and is also the largest area of 5 Feathers territory. That's right. There is an invisible energy barrier that prevents anyone from entering or leaving, Red Mask reported. If 5 Feathers is doing something, this must be the location. Can't you sneak in? I'm sorry, but we've lost a few good agents while trying to, Red Mask reported. It's fine, Wang Wei replied. He won't force his subordinate into an impossible mission. Does Undead Phoenix know about this change? I'll leak the news to him, Red Mask responded. All right, anything else to report? Yes, she nodded. Regarding those people who survived the hall's cleanup, I've dealt with them. Wang Wei was about to ask more when he suddenly thought of something. You didn't do it personally, did you? I know of the Lord's current cautious nature, so I sent the death squads, and they were ordered to kill themselves after the mission was completed, Red Mask reported. She was connected to the Lord, so Red Mask knew best not to interact with these people. Excellent, Wang Wei praised. Frown now on, hide yourself, and do everything from the shadow. If a mission requires your level of strength, don't show up and use a vessel. I'll provide talismans with my powers. Make sure that the vessel uses the talisman before leaving for the mission. The last thing we want is for that thing to land on the wrong hand. As you wish. All right, tell me about these people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1369 War Crimes. The death squads found little information, but we did find some suspicious aspects, Red Mask stated. 2 of them recently had a fortunate encounter. We don't know precisely what they found, but it should be how they survived your cleanup and how they probably plan to deal with you. Fortunate encounter? It's a very cliché way of controlling someone. In fact, it seems too simple for someone like him, Wang Wei said. Our analysis is the same, Red Mask added. We believe these 2 were sacrificial pawns to distract you, and the real blow should come from the 3rd individual. What's so special about him? According to the information we gathered, he experienced an epiphany and created a new technique. Epiphany? This is indeed a more subtle way of manipulation, Wang Wei commented. Supreme Unity is now the pseudo-embodiment of heaven and earth, so it should be simple to manipulate someone into an epiphany to create a specific technique, skill, or spell. Wang Wei looked at Red Mask. You should understand what kind of opponent we are facing. Do you know what to do? I do, sir. Good. The 2 ended their conversation, and Red Mask started her work. After leaking the information to Undead Phoenix, she reorganized the Fate Guard's operations. Security and caution will become the norm. The Fate Shadow Guard will also have a new emergency system, Paranoid Mode. Once activated, all personnel, missions, and procedures will be done with extra care. This event also signals that they are facing a mighty enemy. Of course, all of these are for the future. Red Mask is only laying the foundation. Once she succeeds, her power and influence will be on par, if not more powerful than Wang Ju before her reincarnation. The war suddenly escalated. After receiving the information, Undead Phoenix sent someone to check if the news was correct. He tried to have his people infiltrate that area, but after failing, he no longer wanted to wait. So, he directly attacked the area. The entire world watched as he floated outside the energy barriers surrounding the grand Nirvana world. 5 Feathers looked at Undead Phoenix from a distance and frowned. I wanted to gather more, but this should be enough. She was confident in her Paragon array, knowing that even if the latter used his best trump card, it would take him a few hours to break through and enter. Little chicken, aren't you going to greet me? Undead Phoenix's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Usually, 5 Feathers hated when anyone, this bastard especially, called her a chicken. However, she did not care this time, or at least she did not show it. A red light flashed from her eyes, and she ignored him. She floated in the sky and condensed her power. With a single thought, 5 Feathers released a torrent of soul attacks, instantly dispersing the souls of all the mortals in her territory. Everyone looking at this war, including Wang Wei, was shocked. During the last era, the overlords divided the world into 13 parts, and each of their territories contained 269 trillion realms. However, this was not the full extent of their territory. The world was too vast and complex to divide, so everyone came together and agreed on the size of a realm. According to the previous division, the smallest realm will have a minimum size of 100,000 times the lower dimension. Anything smaller than that will not count as a realm, and no one will care about it. The Great Nirvana world, once called the Life Tree Realm, was one of the biggest realms under the control of the Myriad Clan Union. How vast was that territory? How many mortals did it contain? Yet, the mad 5 Feathers instantly killed all of them. Even worse, she seems to have secretly moved mortals from other territories before committing such atrocities. Wang Wei's eyes were red as he watched this happening. His anger and killing intent almost shattered his residing dimension. Luckily, he controlled himself fast enough and moved his coordinates. Damn this mad woman, he cursed. I'll fucking kill her. He was desperately trying to save more people, but this woman killed so many. More importantly, it is what her actions represent. He could foresee how many people would become emboldened after seeing how she wantonly killed these mortals without a care in the world. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Everything has a reason, so he wanted to know why she was acting this way, and he soon found his answer. In some way, this was his fault. Great Nirvana world. 5 Feathers absorbed the endless red lights symbolizing karmic sins and completed the body of sin. A look of relief and desire flashed in her eyes. The pain and sense of weakness is finally gone, she muttered as she clenched her fists. What's more, I can feel my strength has increased. So, how powerful will I be after doing this a few times? The desire for power was almost palpable. However, she controlled herself before looking in the distance. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, let's test out this newfound power. Swish. 5 Feathers disappeared, and before Undead Phoenix could react, she materialized above him with her hands clad in this dark red flame. She slapped him with such tremendous force that he flew a few million light-years before crashing on the ground. The shockwave from his crash should have been devastating for the mortals in that area, but there were none. However, countless unlucky cultivators pay the price instead. Karmic flame? No, it should be Karma Sin Flame, Undead Phoenix analyzed as he slowly stood up. He had a deep frown on his face despite the fact this attack only left minor bruises on his arms. She never had this kind of power before. The power has indeed increased, but it seems the fusion between the sins and my flame Tao is far from perfect, 5 Feathers thought. In that case, let's use this fight to get to know my new powers. Wrath of the Dark Phoenix. A dark red phoenix manifested above her and screeched. The phoenix's voice is often described as one of the most beautiful sounds in the world. Most phoenixes' cries also have magical abilities, including healing, removing negative attributes, or even blessing. However, this one was the opposite of beautiful. The best way to describe it was the amalgam of countless voices mixed in with a bird chirping. Undead Phoenix immediately sensed a soul attack from that sound. Numerous creatures embodying all the resentments and grievances of the mortals 5 feathers killed appeared in his sea of consciousness, trying to corrode it and destroy his soul. Undead Phoenix's response to this attack was calm, even nonchalant. His Tao involved a small portion of life and death, so 5 feathers' attempt to affect his soul could be described as shoddy to someone like him. So, he controlled his soul to release a green flame that enveloped all these resentments. Then, these souls immediately knelt on one knee before Undead Phoenix's soul. On my name, the Undead Phoenix, I grant you life as the resentment ghost. Come to being and avenge the one who has wronged you. The resentments left his sea of consciousness and fused into one. Then, an unknown power descended and blessed him, turning him into a new creature. It was all black, and its body resembled a black cloak with countless screaming faces constantly popping in and out. The creature then looked at 5 feathers. The blue soul flame in its eye socket did not prevent anyone watching from sensing its anger and resentment. The dark phoenix frowned as she looked at this abomination. She was worried. She could tell this creature was her antithesis. It was the backlash of her actions, meaning if she faced her, she'd probably suffer tremendously and might even lose the power she just acquired. I just got this power and haven't fully mastered it, so it's not wise to fight such a creature, 5 feathers analyzed. She swiftly analyzed the issue, but it was another problem to think of a solution. The creature rushed toward her, and 5 feather chose to evade until she found a countermeasure. Meanwhile, Undead Phoenix had a creepy smile on his face as he enjoyed her embarrassing situation. Keep running, little chicken, until you can't run anymore. Then, you'll finally have my revenge, he sneered. While Undead Phoenix had lost himself in his vice, 5 feathers was relatively calm, unlike her. However, whether it was the result of the body of sin, or a byproduct of her newfound strength, she acted like a seasoned fighter and remained calm and composed while trying to find a solution. 5 feathers wasn't too bright, and her battle IQ was questionable, so it took some time to find a solution. Luckily, she could draw from experience, to be precise, the experience from her time at the frontier. She once witnessed how one of the invaders dealt with Undead Phoenix's undead army, and she was inspired. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1370 Survive. 5 feathers waved her hand to mobilize her earth Tao and created an enormous stretch of dark piles of earth floating in the void before reciting an incantation. Everything will eventually return to earth: the body, the soul, man's wealth and treasure, and that also includes their sins and resentments. Earth's reincarnation. Many people watching this battle were shocked. 5 feathers successfully used Earth Tao to control reincarnation Tao. Such manipulation is often expected with geniuses, especially when it involves high Taos, like reincarnation, but they saw it from someone unexpected. These people now finally understood when their ancestors warned them with the saying, "Paragons are paragons, no matter how weak or terrible they are or looked." 5 feathers maneuver proves that no simple individual can reach this realm. The resentment creature screamed as a powerful force pulled him toward the earth. It tried to resist, but the pull was its antithesis, just as its existence was contrary to 5 feathers. Then, with one last look of unwillingness and anger, the creature flew toward the earth. Undead Phoenix realized what was happening and decided to do something about it. Sadly, it was too late. 5 feathers rushed toward him, and their fists clashed, generating shockwaves that tore apart the spatial integrity of their surroundings. Why is her flesh so powerful? Undead Phoenix asked before realizing that the karmic sins must have tempered with her body. Adding that she was a phoenix with a decent fleshly body, Five Feathers was now considered a somewhat accomplished impure body refiner. "You damn pest," Undead Phoenix roared. He summoned a bone trident followed by a pair of bone wings. He ignored the summon from the earth above him. Such a new technique was not enough to affect him. "I'm done playing around with you," he said with gritted teeth. He teleported before her and stabbed his trident with all the force he could muster. Five Feathers' face became serious as she sensed this attack contained the power to strip her of her vitality. She summoned a sharp golden sword with a tinge of red made from her metal dao and weaved some karmic sins into it. Clink. The sounds of metal clashing reverberated across this realm, leaving devastating effects. Some parts of this area instantly lost their vitality, meaning that mortal cultivators immediately lost most of their lifespans and died of old age, while immortals aged and became weaker. Additionally, the soil lost its moisture, meaning that from now on, unless someone fixes this area, these places will be dead and cannot grow any normal or spiritual food or herbs. The area touched by Five Feathers did not fare much better. Her metal sword embodied one of the main characteristics of Gold Dao, sharpness. However, Five Feathers went even further by using the power of resentment to boost her sword's cutting power. As such, the places that the attack reached were cut into particles smaller than atoms, leaving nothing in sight, including matter, energy, and even time and space. Undead Phoenix felt a sense of shame and anger. This woman has always been weaker than him, and the only reason he had not avenged himself was due to the restriction or balance of the others. Now, he could do so, but he was failing. How could he accept that? How many nights did he spend thinking about what he would do to this woman once he had the chance? Fate had given him the chance, but it also laughed at him. "I must kill you," Undead Phoenix roared after Five Feathers blocked another attack. The world suddenly turned black and white, and a spatial tear appeared above Undead Phoenix, showing a towering phoenix. The odd thing about that creature was it was all bones, but that only increased the deathly aura. The beast opened its bony mouth to fire a black beam, instantly raising Five Feather senses to the highest level. "I'm going to die" was the first thing that popped into her mind, and no matter what she did, she could not remove this idea, no, this sensation from her soul. She immediately used her most potent defensive measure by connecting herself to the earth of the entire world. Five Feathers soon noticed it was easier, especially the initial connection. She instantly figured out that was because she had a deep connection to the Grand Nirvana world after wiping out all mortals from this place. Her focus did not remain on this aspect since the sense of danger did not dissipate. Five Feather added her other Dao to this technique. With her metal Dao, she could connect to all the ores and veins on the ground. The water Dao allowed her to communicate with all rivers, oceans, and water sources. Finally, the wood Dao granted her access to all plants, forests, and so on. With all these things or concepts protected, Five Feather felt safe but realized that even this was not enough. "Damn it, what kind of technique is this?" she complained. Little did she know that Undead Phoenix had been brewing this technique for countless Yuan epochs for this one chance at killing her. "I can't die, not now," Five Feathers thought with gritted teeth. She still had a few lives to live, so dying was not that much of an issue. The problem was the curse and the body of sin. If she died now, she knew the curse backlash would instantly activate and wipe her out from the face of the world. "What can I do?" Five Feathers thought. While on the verge of death, she forced herself to remain calm and pushed her ability to the limit. Her eyes shone as she found the answer. While on the verge of death, she used all her karmic sins to understand a little bit of Karma Dao. If this understanding were quantified, it would probably equal less than 2% Grand Dao Source, but that was enough. With this new Daos, Five Feathers realized she could not access all the karmic sins she had done in her life. She and all the other moons committed many terrible things during their reign, but now, she could use these things. She did not hesitate to empower her five-element nature defense technique. Boom! A shockwave traversed heaven and earth, bringing back the color that had been lost. The devastation was catastrophic, to say the least, but most capable cultivators had already left. A maniacal laughter full of joy and a hint of sneer echoed between heaven and earth. "I survived! I survived!" You bastard, you thought you could kill me? Ha! Five Feathers only had a few wounds on her body. By any standards, they were minor, especially for a paragon. Meanwhile, Undead Phoenix had a contorted face. His skin had basically turned red from the pale shade, showing how high his anger had reached. "I'll kill you," he roared, his voice more bestial than human. However, Five Feathers calmly teleported away, leaving a few words that echoed in the surroundings. "This battle was fun, so let's do it again after I've truly mastered my new strength." Undead Phoenix roared again, his voice shaking heaven and earth. His madness had reached another level after losing his target, and it was apparent that he was about to go on a rampage. However, before he could start, he felt a killing so cold and terrifying that it sent a chill down his spine and awakened his wisdom. He looked around, trying to find the source to no avail. However, Undead Phoenix knew that something terrible would happen if he started killing people without rhyme or reason. So, he took one last glance in Five Feathers' direction before returning to his territory. Wang Wei's invisible projection took one last glance at him before dissipating. Five Feathers had already killed so many mortals, and he could not have someone else go on a rampage. Wang Wei sat alone in his dimension. The chill in the surrounding hadn't abated in the slightest. He knew he needed to do something, or the good situation he had created would be destroyed. "First, I need to put a damper on these cultivators, who will become emboldened after this war and start to hunt mortals to increase their lifespan," he muttered. "And the best way to do so is to use cruelty." Wang Wei waved his hand to summon countless subordinates, all immortals with a few tier 11, including Empyreans. These people were the creation lifeforms that survived the tribulation during his previous retreat. He sent orders directly into their mind. "This is the first true mission I've given you. Don't disappoint me." "We will not let you down, Creator," they said in unison. Wang Wei dismissed them before changing his location. The next step is also to dampen Five Feathers' ambitions. "I can't have her keep slaughtering mortals." He gritted his teeth, thinking about what just happened. Wang Wei also understood why Supreme Unity did not stop these two from fighting, since their war would complete his objective. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1371 More War Crimes. Five Feathers sat on her throne with a smile on the corner of her mouth. She calmly listened to the reports of the war situation. Overall, their sides were not doing well due to the nature of Undead Phoenix's legions, but she did not mind. It was still possible to sever the connection between the Undead legions and him, but it took time and sometimes many resources. Five Feathers muttered as she noticed something. "How dare you show up before me?" She disappeared and teleported to an area not far from her castle. "How dare you show up before me after what you did to White Phoenix?" Five Feathers said with a terrifying killing intent. "She's fine, isn't she?" Wang Wei replied. A soul collapse was not enough to kill someone of White Phoenix's caliber, especially since she had access to resources to revive herself. "Do you think you can deal with our animosity with just a few words?" Five Feathers sneered. "It seems your new strength has gotten over your head," Wang Wei sneered as he looked her in the eyes. "Did you forget who is in front of you? Do I need to remind you?" Five Feathers' body visibly paused for less than a second before she regained her bearing. "What do you want?" She decided not to bother him since she only faced a projection. After all, killing it won't have much of an effect. "I came here to warn you," Wang Wei responded directly. "Stop this mass killing of mortals or face the consequences." "Is this a joke? Do I look like I'm joking?" Wang Wei replied as his eyes turned cold. The killing intent he released was even scarier than the one he used on Undead Phoenix. Killing intent is a unique ability of most cultivators, and it usually forms due to how many people someone has killed. Wang Wei is young compared to most top powerhouses, and his personality that generally solves problems with talking means he has not killed as many people even compared to some of his peers. So, why was his killing intent so fierce? There are two answers to that, the first of which is he can access his killing intent as the Myriad Devourer. In that void, he destroyed countless worlds and killed too many people to count. However, most of his experiences as the Devourer are still sealed, meaning it's not the primary source of his killing intent. The main source of power comes from his killing potential. If someone with his strength and mind wishes to kill someone, few people can survive. That's why his killing aura is so intense and potent. Five Feathers calmly looked at him, not affected in the least. Then she started laughing maniacally. "You cursed me, and I finally found a way to solve the curse, and you're telling me to stop? I will die either way, so why should I listen to you?" Wang Wei frowned. He understood better than most how scary someone on the verge of death is, let alone a paragon with so much power and resources. "If I don't do something else, this mad woman won't care about my threat. There are plenty of cultivators for you to kill," Wang Wei said. "Not as much as mortals, and it's harder to form karmic sins from killing them," Five Feathers replied. "Not mentioning how much easier it is to kill mortals." "That's easy to solve," Wang Wei said. "You just need to manufacture a curse that operates like a plague and ensure it targets only people with cultivation. Such a vile act is enough for you to build negative karma from killing a vast amount of cultivators." Wang Wei had long made the hard choice of abandoning most of the loose cultivators for the mortals. Most cultivators from a sect or faction have access to longevity resources or can seal themselves to wake up in the next era. Only loose cultivators or people from weak factions have no choice but to kill mortals to extend their lifespan. So, Wang Wei made the rational decision to abandon these people and save the mortals who are the backbone of the cultivation civilization. As long as they survive, all factions in the world will have a pool of talents, and new loose cultivators can also arise from them. A plague curse. Five Feathers muttered with shining eyes. This was an excellent idea. "Anyway, I've warned you," Wang Wei continued. "If you don't heed my words, I promise you, no matter the price I have to pay, I'll eliminate you from this earth as soon as possible." Five Feathers calmly watched the projection disappearing, leaving her to her thoughts. No one knew what she was thinking, but she stayed there for a few seconds before returning to the meeting hall and announcing, "Summon all the curse masters under our control." The ministers looked at each other, wondering what had happened to the Lord, but no one dared ask. Then, someone stepped up and said carefully, "Lord, you recently killed all the curse masters." Five Feathers frowned as she remembered she did kill all these rubbishes once they could not find a cure for her. "In that case, put an announcement outside that we are hiring more of them, and tell the world that I will sign the most restrictive contract to ensure these people's safety." "As you wish." Pure Death Realm, Undead Palace. Undead Phoenix sat on his throne, releasing a terrifying aura. His world was slowly crumbling, mentally speaking. That attack was his life's work. He was sure he could kill her because he developed it specifically for Five Feathers and spent countless years concentrating its power, similar to a swordsman who nourished his sword for one attack. That attack should have ended all his pain and suffering, but it failed, but that was not even the worst part. If it were before, Undead Phoenix would have been confident that his strength was enough to avenge himself still, but he was no longer confident. His intuition told him that this was his best opportunity, and after missing it, it would become more challenging to kill her from now on. "Lord, someone outside wishes to see you." "Who?" Undead Phoenix asked instinctively while still being lost in his thoughts. "Forget it, I won't see any visitors." The announcer hesitated briefly before continuing. "The visitors said they have a solution to your problem. They offered this as proof." The announcer opened his palm to show a slight golden light, which immediately made Undead Phoenix squint after detecting the nature of this light. He also guessed who this visitor was, and after hesitating he accepted the meeting. Great Chu Divine Dynasty, Supreme Een Palace, Royal Garden. Shu Ren was staring at a screen before him in a small pavilion next to a table with 2 teacups. While watching the battle, he was shocked by how strong Five Feathers had become, but this was not his main focus. Her technique of using Earth Dao to manipulate Samsara Dao has inspired him. "Earth Emperor, I should have thought about it since it's in the title," Shu Ren thought. There are also records that in the first era of this world, before the world was complete, people could reach Samsara by digging through the earth. I thought such information was insignificant, but it was the crux of the issue. Shu Shu shook his head. Regardless, with this idea, I may be able to perfect my 9 hells into true samsara. Your Majesty, why are you smiling? Did something good happen? You can say that, Shu Shu replied with a smile, looking dotingly into Shu Shu's eyes. In that case, have a dream berry. Maybe it will make you even happier. She peeled this silver grape that was releasing mist and handed it to him. Shu Shu opened his mouth with a smile and let her feed him. You're right, it did make me happier, he announced. I'm glad I can help you. Supreme Een Palace, 9 Nether Sparrow Hall. The Empress, dressed regally in black and red, was slowly tending to her gardens. She was slow and meticulous, showing how much she cared about each of these plants. A maid slowly followed her, and the Empress was used to her. Where is His Majesty now? Empress Ningjing asked. In the royal garden, the maid replied. With her? Yes, the maid answered in a low voice. I see, Ningjing nodded before continuing to her lovely flowers. Your Highness, do you want me to, with our power, it's impossible to eliminate her, but we can still inconvenience some of her day-to-day life, the maid suggested. Why would we do such a thing? Ningjing replied. Throughout Great Chu's dynasty, there were countless empresses, and she was the one who lived the longest. 2 reasons. Firstly, she is the 3rd prince's mother, which provides her with a special layer of protection. However, the primary reason is that Ningjing knew her place. She knew her position had little to no power, so she never fought for it or inconvenienced the emperor in any way. She stayed in her place and never did anything that anyone, including the emperor, could use against her, which is something that the maid should know. Xiao Chu, how long have you been with me? More than 200,000 yuan epochs, the maid replied. A long time indeed, Ningjing sighed. A white light flashed in the garden, and Shiwa Chu's head fell from her body. The Empress snapped her finger, and a shadowy figure appeared, kneeling before her. Find out who got to her, she ordered. Yes, Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.